entire existence, bro. Like, that's like his, I guess, claim to fame is spurging out that people want to buy something that he doesn't. Like, it's pretty sad, honestly. I don't know, bro. I've never been pressed how somebody else wants to spend their money. I don't give a fuck, man. In fact, if I feel like somebody's wasting their money, I'll encourage them to. Why the fuck do I care? Well, you know. One trick pony type shit, which is kind of ironic. Yeah.
I can't afford this shit!
PS5 Pro costs less than $400 to make. I highly doubt that, but whatever. I don't really care how much it costs to make, man. Dude, I bought a fucking Apple Vision Pro for $35 I really don't care about a fucking PS5 Pro. That ain't nothing. Griffin, I saw a Maury clip where a guy proposes to his girl at Taco Bell with a ring pop. Dude, Maury used to be a great show. I think he's dead now, right? Didn't he die? Like, he was old as shit for like a very long time, but he kept having plastic surgery to look younger. But dude, Maury used to be awesome. I loved that shit back in the day, man. That show was great. Oh my god, yeah. Yeah, true story. One of my teachers in 4th grade let us watch that shit on the classroom TV on like the local stations. Maury Povich. It was basically a show, like, you know, the "you are not the father" memes? That's basically what it is. That's what Maury is. So if you've ever seen those memes where it's like, the DNA test says you are not the father, and then like all the fucking, you know, black guys like freak the fuck out and start like celebrating and shit on stage, like that's what that's from. It's great. A girl you went to high school with was on Springer, apparently. That's fucking weak, man. I guess you know how they turned out. Yeah, it's not really a show where you get high class individuals, that's for sure. It's more of like just a fucking, you know, a display of the undesirables. Oh my god. Yeah, that shit was funny as fuck, man, back in the day. I used to watch that pretty frequently, actually. Grew up in a pretty white trash area of Kansas City, I guess that means. Yeah. It definitely was not a magnet for high-class individuals, but, you know, that was part of the appeal. Good times, man. You are not the gamer? Well, duh, bro. You don't have to rub it in. Yeah, that's also the lie detector shit, too, yeah. Yup, he did lie detectors, the DNA tests, and I forgot. I think he branched out into something else too, but I don't remember exactly. But yeah, mostly it was all about, you know, paternity tests and shit like that. So. Apparently the Chinese factory leaked the Nintendo Switch design. Now, obviously take that with a grain of salt, but it looks like it's pretty believable, honestly. It's just like basically the same thing as a Switch, except the Joy-Cons are magnetic this time. There's 2 USB-C ports, and then it has 256 gigabytes of storage instead of 32. So, I mean, honestly, that's not really all I wanted, but hey. Ooh, I don't know if I want to do this with one person. I think it was 12 gigs of RAM, which is kind of low. They should have done 16. But I guess 12 is better than the 10 in the Series S, so I guess that's more capable already. So... So at least 12 gigs is better than 10 in the Series S, so it'll get modern games. Oski Woski with the 2, I think the leaks are true, but that's just me. Yeah, most likely they are. The Chinese factories leak the iPhone every single year, so it probably is. But you also have to take anything from China with a grain of salt, just because they're not exactly known for, you know, their honesty. Nah, production's probably already begun, man. They've already finalized everything with the Switch at this point. If it's coming out in March, they're probably in production right now. You finalize, like, that's the reason why, you know, the PS4 and Xbox One were so weak, is because the designs were finalized before the console was even announced. So you finalize the designs, get it ready for production, put in your orders with the various, you know, suppliers and chip, you know, manufacturers and all that type of shit, like probably even a year ahead of time, so they can get not only the factories ready to start producing the quantity needed, but also to, you know, start fitting the machines and everything like that with the, you know, custom specs and everything, because, yeah, it's not just oh yeah, I want to make this device, let's get it done in a week. It's like, no, it takes time. So, takes time. Because how long does it take to make, like, a silicone chip? Because I remember that was an issue with COVID. Is basically the chip shortage was because it took so long to make, like, silicone chips or whatever. So you have to start production well ahead of release. Slick Rick with the 5. Hey, Griffin, I sent a message in Hebrew to your pager. It translates to have a blast. Bro, that shit was funny. That shit was funny, bro. And then there was like the, oh my god, the fucking, I forgot what channel it was, but some news anchor who was over in the Middle East was complaining that their friend was a victim of the pager explosion. And it's like, that means your friend was like a fucking terrorist, you dumbass. It's like, bruh, yeah, that shit was funny, man. But yeah, that shit was weak. I mean, people don't think that type of shit can happen, which is what's funny. It's like, yeah, dude, any, like, device can almost be remote detonated. You have a lithium ion, whatever fucking battery in your phone, which literally is almost impossible to put out. Like, those things are insanely combustible and explosive, so. It's like a Tesla. Like, Teslas, when they catch on fire because of the lithium batteries or whatever the fuck, I forget what the term is. It doesn't matter. Lithium, I know, is what's in it. But you basically have to use, like, I think it's something like 30,000 gallons of water. Like, almost the equivalent of filling a pool in order to put out a battery fire. So if you're stuck in a Tesla and it's burning, you're fucked. It's not getting put out. Like, you need multiple fire trucks worth of water to douse the flames. Like, even if you fully submerge a burning lithium battery in water, it will still burn. And they're extremely explosive, too. So, there's, like, all these videos, if you want to, you can look it up, but, like, of Teslas just literally setting off like a fucking bomb. So, yeah, those things are nasty if you get stuck. Yeah, dude, at least go out in a McLaren, right? Go out like McSkillet. But yeah, lithium's almost impossible to put out. Yeah, unironically, a tank full of gasoline is less dangerous than a lithium battery in like a crash. Would it be smarter to use maybe, I don't know. I guess so. But I don't know how you would get sand to a location quickly. I don't know how that would work, honestly. Maybe it would work better. But yeah, lithium is like a bitch to put out. If I had to guess on the Switch, I would say it's probably a little more powerful than like an Xbox One X. I don't know if it'll be as powerful as the Series S, but I would assume close to that. Just with more RAM would be my guess. Which, bro, imagine what Nintendo can do with that like level of visual fidelity. Like with their type of games. Like, fuck, man. It's gonna be a huge improvement. Yeah, I'm excited for the Switch too. Oh, nice. Join in progress. We'll take it. I don't think it's called the Switch. I hope it's called the Super Nintendo Switch, man. If they don't use that name, then Nintendo deserves to hold the L. I don't know, man. That's like such a good name. Hope other fighting games are coming to the Switch too. I would assume so. Yeah, S&S would be perfect. Oh yeah, dude, he's got the white drip.
Executing the Emperor's will, arm to arm with his fighters, slaughtering the enemy's command. I have every reason to smile.
So long as you are bearing your teeth toward the enemy, I suppose it will do.
My question is, how would they even know you're smiling? I'm hoping they make 60 FPS patch. I would assume so, but we'll see. Nintendo loves to not update old stuff, so maybe they'll do more remasters. They'll do remasters of the remastered Wii U games that are on the Switch.
Pathetic tyranny.
That might be wishful thinking for Nintendo, honestly. I mean, games that already have an unlocked frame rate, then maybe, but I wouldn't count on them going back and updating old shit.
Picking up. My resolve is completed.
Hell yeah.
You are fertilizer now, Xenos.
I just love the aesthetic of this game, man.
Only engage when engaged. We have more important tasks ahead.
Yeah, maybe I'll actually finish Xenoblade 2 when the Switch 2 comes out. Because that way the game won't give me a fucking headache anymore from running at like 15 frames per second.
Rearming. Engaging elite cover.
Dude, these little fuckers are annoying.
Your miserable life ends in disgrace.
Pokemon is garbage. I'm gonna have to agree to disagree on that. It's a great IP. I mean, Scarlet and Violet are garbage. I'll agree with that, but not all of Pokemon.
Obtain a relic, brothers. Swapping out magazine.
Yeah, I wonder why they never did port Xenoblade whatever X to the Nintendo Switch. They did the other two games.
Clear a glass radius.
Or I guess not the other two games. The other game. The original.
Justice for turning against your brothers, traitor.
It's a hardware issue? Interesting. I mean, it's a Wii U game, right? It should be able to. I don't know, man.
Deep scan ready.
It would definitely sell, because Xenoblade's much more of a household name nowadays.
How is your morale? Strong. I would share my reflections, but I have observed you seem more comfortable and quiet. Clear. Sweep the sublevels. Watch your fire, brother. Stay alert.
Whoa. Uh-oh. I don't think that was supposed to happen.
Releasing frag grenade.
Hell yeah.
Swapping magazine. Ammunition cache here.
Dude, these little fuckers are so annoying. I do not remember them being that annoying in the campaign.
Fresh munitions.
Bro, like, look how much damage they do. Like, shit.
Administering self-aid.
Those little fuckers pack a punch. Yeah, I would say pretty much any Nintendo IP has made a huge, I guess, resurgence or just popped off on the Switch. Like, the Switch has been massive for Nintendo. Like, I really hope they realize that shit and, you know, don't fuck up with the Switch 2, because they really have a platform worth its weight in gold with the Nintendo Switch.
Refilling magazines. Packing up equipment.
Obviously, that thing dies first.
Wolfsman says it's a demon host.
The demon is headed to more altars.
Demon returning fire. Demon host engaging. To victory. Demon returning fire.
There we go.
The Emperor's will is done.
Brace for demonic bombardment.
My resolve cannot be tainted. Changing mag.
Maintain control here.
Avoid its foul sorcery. Rearming.
Altar is rough.
At least these guys are playing the fucking objective, unlike the others.
Demon is taking a shot at us.
Disrupting this altar.
Sony hates the Souls fan base? I don't know. I think they're saving the Bloodborne remaster for next gen, personally. Like they did with Demon Souls Remake, or whatever the fuck it's called, Demon Souls Remaster, which is more accurate, but... I think they're saving that for the PS6, personally. Just like they did Demon Souls. You know, it skipped 2 generations, basically. Yo, what? What hit me? Woo! I needed that health back.
Reality Fisher vacuum chamber. Aim and combatant back to its plane of origin.
Oh, there we go. Sweet, dude. That was pretty painless. See, those guys were actually good. Wait, God of War 2018's being rebat? Oh my god. Dude, that shit does not... I don't understand why they're remastering all their fucking games that most people will never replay. Like, those Sony one-and-done games cannot sell that well with a remaster. I don't get it, personally. At all. Diego Cruz with the 5, RIP in the check. Sick guys, also thinking about getting PS5 Pro, honestly, cause I love I love the PS5, love PC, but just at, like, laying on couch. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with me, bro. It's like, I prefer, at least nowadays, with how easy this shit is to stream off of, it's just the simplicity of the console. It makes streaming a million times easier, so I get it. I mean, it's just ease of access and shit like that. So you turn it on and it works. So I get it. Daryl's on with the 2. I bought a $200 PS2. That's because... Wait, that's better than PS5 Pro. Hey, man. I mean, it definitely has more games. DJ Aftershock with the 2. Griffin, I hear you're holding a big baby oil collection. Yeah, I bought it off the feds. You know, it was at a great discounted rate. They dusted all the bottles for fingerprints, and they needed to get rid of them. So obviously, as a baby oil connoisseur, I saw Diddy's collection and saw that he was using only the best brands. So, of course, I had to make an offer. Yeah, that's the other thing about PC gaming is, like, if you work on a computer all day, kind of the last thing you want to do is stare at a computer. That's why I like my Portal so much, is because I don't have to sit at my desk to play a video game. Which sounds really stupid, but it's true. Like, I don't want to fucking sit at my desk when I'm not working or streaming, playing video games. I want to be literally anywhere else. So I get that too. It's like a state of mind kind of thing. Because, like, I sit at this desk all day doing my regular job, then I sit here all night doing my streaming and stuff, or if I'm editing a video, and it's like, yeah, whenever I sit at this desk, it's like an association with work. So, yeah, I understand that feeling. Office jobs are for ladies. Well, then slap my ass and finger fuck my pussy, I guess. I don't know. Although I don't work in an office, so... What's... Oh, wait, okay. It tells you the difference. So it gives you more damage and better accuracy, and this one gives you more damage, a higher magazine, and ammo reserve. I feel like that's better. Like, what's an extra 3 fucking shots? Like, that's nothing. I'd rather have the stab boosts. Alright, so I'm guessing that's equipped, right? Okay, yeah. So that's equipped. Let's see, can I upgrade the chainsword? Yes. Mastery points? Why the fuck do I not have any mastery points? How do you get mastery points? I can equip that at least. That's pretty good. See, DJ Aftershock with the 2. Johnson and Johnson appreciates your business for the GGG freak-offs. Exactly. And with mine, you don't have to worry about cameras because there will not be any. Well, dude, the freak-offs have always been a thing, unfortunately. Unfortunately, that's always been a thing. I'm not really a huge horror movie fan. I like some of them, but I like the ones more that focus on the lore than the actual, you know, scary aspect. Look at that shit, bro. Huggies OF. Speaking of baby oil, we got a fucking certified diddler in the game. Huggies OnlyFans. Hell yeah, dude. I've only watched the first Saw movie, and that's it. I don't really like Saw. It's kind of stupid. Are you and Synth cool or no? Oh, why wouldn't we be cool? I haven't really interacted with him outside of just being in his chat, so yeah, I don't have any problem with him. Why would I have a problem with him? I don't have a problem with most people on the internet, dude. That's the thing. I don't really take anything seriously at the end of the day.
Hook it and destroy whatever is jamming our communications.
So, I really don't give a shit what people do or say, generally speaking. It doesn't really bug me. But yeah, I like Synthetic, man. I think he makes good content. Claws tried to stir drama between you and him. Yeah, well, that's Claws, bro.
Communications will be inhibited from here on.
Saying I disliked his joke? What joke? What the fuck? What is... Dude, Claws... Yeah, Claws is a retard, bro. What fucking joke? Said you were woke for not minding the black space marine. Oh my god. Yeah. Claws is a retard, man. That's just normal. So, yeah. Yeah, I really don't give a shit about what race the fucking Space Marines are, to be honest. That shit really doesn't bother me, so if that makes me woke, then I guess so. It is what it is, man. Ain't nothing I can do about that. That's nice. That works. It reloads whenever you use that.
Ammunition cache here. Releasing frag grenade. Resupply.
Nah, dude, Synth is not racist because his ex-girlfriend is black. Obviously, that's his get out of jail free card, man. It's like the ultimate, yeah, I can't be racist, my friend is black type layup, bro.
Fresh munitions.
Griffin sold out to DEI, that's right, man.
Squad, rally on my signal.
That way I can get my
Stay close
big
to the
titty
top.
Jewish girlfriend. State appointed by Netanyahu himself.
Specs is picking up Imperial emanations from that shield.
Defending the source.
Let us cast out their foul barriers and pit our enemies against them. Check your aim. Administering self-aid.
Oh, I didn't mean to actually use that. Fuck. Oh. I got a full health bar.
Using frag grenade. Watch your fire, brother. Changing magazine.
Slice. Now I'm curious how you get the mastery points. Yeah, I was watching some of Trump's rally earlier before I fell asleep. And he was popping off tonight, man. In New York, too, which was cool. They apparently had 70,000 people try to show up or something like that. Which is insane, man.
You are fertilizer now, Seagulls.
Well, the biggest thing with New York is he can win down ballot. So every, you know, congressman and senator and everything like that, it makes it easier to get his agenda done, so.
Disgusting tyrannid scum.
No, I thought the second guy wasn't in a BlackRock commercial. He was in an ASVOV or whatever the fuck. Like the Ukrainian state whatever media commercial. He wasn't in like an actual BlackRock commercial. At least that's my understanding. Yeah, dude, I wish he would have a fucking rally in Virginia, but I don't know if he is going to. Unfortunate. I would go to it, honestly. That'd be kind of fun. The only, like, Trump-related event, I guess, like, campaign-wise that I went to was the, well, I guess it wasn't really campaign, that 4th of July thing. That shit was cool. Yeah, but he hasn't been yet, I don't think, at least. Let me check. Hold on. You can look it up. It'll tell you what his schedule is. I hope he comes to Virginia, man. I'd go. Go line up the night before. So that way you can get the good seats. Get Trump to sign my Trump trading cards. Yeah, they tried to fucking bomb the event today. Shit's crazy, man. These lefties are going fucking ape shit. What the fuck is that retard doing not killing this thing? Squirt. The Trump trading cards? That's right, Britt. It's not just Pokemon and Aerith. But yeah, I have Trump trading cards. I almost bought the NFTs because, like, I think it was if you spent 7,500, you could go to Mar-Lago for like a day. Like, I almost did that. I was really tempted. The Aerith voice actress has a $7,777 hookup tier on her Patreon. As tempting as that sounds, dude, I don't believe you.
The changer of ways down. Adapt and refocus. Traitor is not your objective.
We may try to bar our path, but let us show him how the sorcery is.
Imperial exposure. Emanations weakening. Disrupt this block.
Fresh munitions.
And return to the fray.
Oops. I thought I had frags.
Bolter down. Now where is that source?
Iron Hero online. You shall drown in the endless immaterium, remade into a canvas for the changer of ways. Weapons halt. Fire.
Ooh.
Resuming primary objective.
Some dude on YouTube made a video crying about the Patreon. I doubt that, bro. I'm not taking the bait. Y'all are just trying to bait me into looking it up. So
Rally
then,
to me, brothers.
yeah. You can ruin my immersion.
All specs primed.
Y'all are just trying to ruin my immersion before part 3, and it's sad.
That altar is protecting this and fully barren.
We know what to do, brothers. Let us see it done.
Ooh, give me that Guardian Relic. Yes. Give me that shit, bitch. Oh, my frames.
Remain resolute. Salute. I am coming. Picking up extra rounds. Fresh magazine in.
Yeah, guys, I'm not gonna believe, one, that a voice actress is selling sex on Patreon, because that's literally illegal. And two, I know it's bait to get me to look it up, so I ain't dumb. Believe it or not, I was not born yesterday. How is it illegal? I don't know, man. It's something called prostitution. It may not be illegal in whatever, you know, world you live in, but in a first world country like the United States, prostitution is illegal.
We have it now! Wreck the infernal altar!
Good work, brothers.
The Tyranids will pounce on this position.
Yeah, you can't use Patreon to sell fucking sex. Sorry. It's not believable. Yeah, but in Nevada, it's only legal in one county and under extremely strict circumstances. It's not like, oh yeah, you can just walk up to a chick and pay for sex. No, you have to be like licensed. It has to be in an approved like location with a fucking, you know, government regulated license and operations restriction. Like, it's not legal in the sense like, hey, this chick's hot, I'm gonna offer her $100 to suck my fucking dick. No, you have to have like all these fucking, you know, government approved like licenses and shit, and I don't know, it's not just that simple. It's under very specific circumstances.
Tyrannocyte spores. A just fate for the heretics.
Enemy opposition reduced.
Yeah, Patreon used to be like a place to sell like OnlyFans style content, but when they cracked down on it, that's when OnlyFans popped up. So, because they allowed NSFW shit. Patreon used to.
Clear a blast radius. I am recommending you for communication.
Keeping my brothers alive is the only honor I require.
The Emperor's will is done. Swapping magazines.
Pop, pop. Yeah, dude, Splatoon is known for its pedophile problem, so be careful with that.
Engage when engaged. You have more important tasks ahead. Check your aim. Sir. Bang. Changing magazine.
Yeah, similar to Minecraft. Not as widespread because Splatoon's not as, you know, popular. But yeah. What am I mad about? That I can't join the fucking Splatoon CP Discord servers? Yeah, man, I'm fuming. Shit. What am I mad over? Oh shit. I'm mad because I'm woke. That's right, man. We need our first black female president, dude. Yeah, I'm like the most woke guy on YouTube. There we go.
Justice, returning against your purpose, traitor. Now that Xenos bioform eliminated.
Dude, Claus is trying to instill division like a true leftist would. He's trying to like start beef between me and Synthetic Man. Like a true lefty, using the method of divide and conquer. You know, like his favorite president does of his country.
Pathetic tyranny abomination.
I can't afford this shit!
Ooh, I was right. Let's go. This is a well-designed game. They reward you for exploring. I knew it. So yeah, that random guy like showed up and just said I was mad and then left, I guess. I don't know. I wanted to know why I was mad.
Changing magazine.
Oh shit. Can I solo this guy? Oh no. Oh, this guy. Got him. Synthetic Man is an industry plant to get you to like girls with peens. Well, I didn't need him for that, but that's alright. Nothing wrong with a little decision affirmation.
I can't afford this
All
shit!
specs deep scan ready. There is no turning back. Be ready.
Synthetic Chad, just called Aerith the Whore.
Watch your cover zones.
Am I supposed to be angry?
Reloading.
Griffin might have to sell those Aerith cards for that Patreon premium. Oh yeah, dude. Hell
Fresh magazine in.
yeah. Nah, I wouldn't have to sell my cards. Theoretically, if I wanted to spend $8 grand, I could. But yeah, I'm not going to. Because it doesn't exist! You're still not gonna bait me into looking it up, sorry. Okay, a one-on-one call is not a hookup, bro. Alright, stop. You can't shift the fucking goalposts now. I was told it was almost 8,000 bucks to hook up with her. Hook up means to fuck. A one-on-one call is not hooking up with somebody. So, yeah, I can believe that exists. But a fucking, like, literal, oh yeah, you can fuck me for $7 grand is not a fucking thing on Patreon. Thank you. Like I said, it didn't fucking exist.
That is the source of disruption.
Summon all your courage, brothers, for we face a demon host.
Oh my god.
Restrained by shrines.
A demon. I'm scared of demons. Ruh-roh, Raggy, A.
Dogged by his unholy username.
Avoid its foul sorcery.
Holy shit.
Heresy.
Well, dude, I don't blame people for asking for that much for a one-on-one call. People will pay it. Like, shit, I'd take the money if somebody offered it to me.
Altar destroyed.
You guys underestimate. You guys really underestimate how much money people have is just purely disposable income that do not fucking care how they spend it.
Disrupting this altar.
Some crazy cucked motherfuckers like me. What the fuck did I do?
Brace for demonic bombardment.
I spend my money on one-on-one calls with Yong, yeah, thank you very much. Not a foolish woman. I want to hear from a real gamer.
We have the momentum.
The mind's eye senses
your aim.
Dude, I was holding down L1 when that fucking blue thing appeared.
I can't afford this shit!
Capture and defend.
Demon host engaging. Ceaseless shatter. Screams and echo.
Why can't I get it? This is a pretty easy one.
The enemy will not keep us from that altar for long. The demon host attacks. Your miserable life ends in disgrace. The demon host are losing power. Be gone from the Imperium's reality, servant of chaos.
They spelled demon wrong, bro. Let's see. So, I Sailor with the 5, Griffin will wear a Aerith thong with Trump's sign. What the fuck? Oh, wait, with Trump's signature at on one of the cheeks? Well, hold on. Are you talking about on the cheek of the thong or on one of my cheeks itself? Because you can't sign the cheeks of a thong because the thong is inside of the cheeks. But, yeah, I don't know about that one, man. U generation with the 2, that's probably bait. I Sailor with the 2, get rid of the problem, as Negan says. And also I Sailor with the 2, when you pay, you get, when you pay, you better get action. I guess it depends on how the call goes, right? I guess it would depend on how the call goes. Let's see what perk I got, dude. Hell yeah. Team. What's this? Oh, that's pretty good. That's really good. Yeah, so it looks like you get really OP the more you play this shit. So that's nice. I don't know how you get these master points, though. Dude, I'm not clicking that link to the Imager pic, because I know what it is. It's going to be the fucking Patreon tier, which he's going to try to put the fucking picture in, so... I know how this works, bro. They've already tried this for months. Rebirth has been out for how many months now? 6? And it's been the same fucking, you know, song and dance since. It's the same song and dance. It's going to be a picture of her or something like that, I guarantee you. 50-50 chance it isn't? Well, yeah, no. It's not. It's not anything else. Bro, it's U-Generation. I know how he works. Him and... I think it was Soycast guy tried for like months to get me to do that shit. It didn't work. It's not going to work now. We literally were just talking about the fact that I don't want to ruin my immersion. So therefore, I know what's behind that link. Here, y'all can, let's see, copy link address. Here. Oh, why the fuck can I copy? Hold on. Why the fuck? Alright, hold on. Let me just copy text directly from the message. Here you guys go. You tell me if I'm wrong. I'm not. But there you go. There's the link. It has her face. Exactly. Thank you. Yep, I had a feel. I mean, this is the thing, guys. I've been down this road before. I know how this shit works.
Lieutenant Titus predicts the Tyranids Hive Tyrant is leading a swarm along a corridor toward the astropathic relay. We are inserting you near a bridge held by the...
What's the issue with that link? She was a nice looking lady. Because they know that I don't want to see what she looks like until I beat the games, because I don't like knowing what voice actors look like until I've completed the game, because I don't see the character anymore. I just see their face when I hear the voice. So it ruins my immersion, dude. So they're just trying to ruin my immersion at this point. Because, like, dude, Troy Baker, the only thing I can see when I hear his voice is that fucking soyed out picture of him drinking a coffee. Like, that's it, man. That's the only thing that comes to mind. Like, it ruins every single fucking time I hear him in a game. So, I don't want my immersion broken. Plus, it bothers everybody in the chat that I feel that way, so I'm gonna just keep doing it. Would it be the biggest deal in the world? Not really. But, one, it's not going to, like, you know, hurt to wait to see. And then also, it irritates people in the chat, so it's a double win.
pathetic tyranny abomination. Your stalwart resolve is a bastion in these dark times.
Troy is definitely talented at playing Troy Baker. I agree, man.
Strike to the heart of
It's like Indiana Jones is just gonna be Troy Baker for, you know, how many hours?
fresh munitions.
Give me that shit. But yeah, honestly, I don't really care about seeing what she looks like, but it just irritates y'all, so I'm gonna keep that up. It probably wouldn't make that big a difference. Because it's probably not gonna be a soyed out cuck like Troy sipping his fucking latte. So, it probably won't have the same effect.
Let us hurry.
Oh, those stupid balls. Pepsi Papa.
Exterminate.
Pepsi Papa.
We are allies.
I can't afford this shit!
Picking up extra rounds.
See if there's some med pack around here. Take that.
I can't afford this shit!
My resolve is taken. Target is rallying reserve forces. You are fertilizer now, Xenos.
I wonder what that was for. Silence, whore. Coke or Pepsi? Definitely Coke, man.
Relics, my mark. Stay alert. We are allies. We made the lictor disappear. For good.
That looks promising. Yeah. There's definitely stuff.
Ammunition cache here.
Epic crunchy noise. Yeah, I love the sound design in this game. It's so satisfying.
That is a confident boast.
Ooh, nice. Health.
Not a boast. A challenge.
See, this game rewards you for actually exploring the environment. Dude, those spiced cokes are really fucking good. I had like a, yeah, the spiced coke zero, I think is what it's called. Those things are fire, man. Yeah, I got one of those when they first came out. Those things are really good.
Reloading.
Dude, look at this shit. This game is so well designed. They're putting like stuff in every little corner and shit. W game design, man.
At the holdout, searching for ordnance. The Minotaur does not store explosives to Codex Astartes standards. Locate enough to demolish the bridge.
Found grenade stockpile. Fresh magazine in. That one calls for reinforcement. Poison twists in my innards.
My innards? Uh-oh. He's stirring up my guts. Pause? Maybe not.
Prime explosives. Support is ready for demolition.
Direct me to where I can place these charges.
Form is life.
That is all of them. Bring on the monstrosity.
The Hive Tyrant will reach your position shortly. Join the Imperial Guard defenses up on the bridge, and lure that Xenos Colossus into the kill zone.
It's a fire, brother. Tyranny.
Hell yeah, dude.
Disgusting tyranny. Weapon schematic safe in my hands. Another Xenos fireform eliminated.
Alright, let's go, motherfuckers. Oh, come on. Get on the fucking... Jesus. Bro, if you're spending 700 to 1,000 on PC, you might as well get a comp. Yeah, I can have that mentality too. I mean, $1,000 you're probably okay, but even then, I would still say spend more. But $1,000 should probably be alright.
Such illustrious company in the rear ranks. We've got a handle on these probing strikes, my lords.
It's the relay that's getting hammered right now.
Not anymore. The Hive Tyrant is heading this way.
Oh, nice, the Hive Tyrant.
Without
I remember
our
this
support
campaign
to tackle
mission.
a target that big.
We may have to bring down the supply bridge. Way ahead of you. Is this a withdrawal order? Negative. The objective is the Hive Tyrant, not the bridge. Defend this position until the Tyranid command unit is executed.
Understood, my lord. May the Emperor guide our lasguns to your support.
Ready up, mates. Show the Emperor's angels what we are made of. Eyes up. They're trying to surround us on the roofs.
The Emperor's Angels.
They are at our flank.
Am I an angel? $40-60's fine, but it's not like a
The
high-end
Hive
card.
Tyrant is on its way, but there is a horde of Xenos between you and it. Dig in for the long haul. You have its attention. It is moving to intercept. Apply more pressure.
Changing magazine. Fresh munitions.
Guards over the wall. Time to cut this filth properly. Keep your eyes peeled. The Xenos leader beast will be in visual range shortly.
No Tyranid survives this day. Did it! Fresh magazine in. Ammunition cache here. Don't overheat!
I count that amongst my confirmed kills.
This is Telessa. The ambush was a success.
It is not dead. But we blew it up.
No, you didn't.
The
You
swarm
dropped the
took
statue
power
on
without
it.
the connection to the hive mind, but their focus is still on the relay. Reports confirm the lieutenant's assessment. Enemy cohesion still in full effect. That beast is not yet dead.
Sounds like we have a hunt, brothers. Mark, I found some...
We can hold this position, lords. We'll keep the swarm off your backs while you hunt that thing.
No, this is the operations mode, so it's like the campaign through a different perspective, but co-op.
Tending to my wounds. It is over there, brothers, attempting to claw free. Relic, over here.
Decimus, you advance without support too often. We are more effective as a unit. Worried that I will steal all the glory. GC from the thick of the enemy.
Medical supplies over here.
Off it goes. Pursue and eliminate. We will not have a better opportunity to finish it off.
Hell yeah, dude.
Check your aim. Rearming. Picking up extra rounds. Xenos Prime. Stay dead, Ravener.
The thing is too smart. It knows we are after it. What needs grappling?
Well, I think the 4060 is considered to be like a lower end card, and then the 4070 is like the first of the mid-tier cards. So, I don't know the exact difference, but I think it's actually pretty decent.
Cannot run forever.
Isn't like the 4060 still like kind of like a 1080p, 1440p card, and then the 4070 is like the first of the 4K? I don't fucking know. But yeah. I think the 60 series has always been kind of like the budget tier. The 50s, and well, I mean the 50s have been like the absolute bare minimum, and then the 60 has been kind of like the, you know, slightly more expensive budget tier. Yeah, I mean, I would buy, if you're gonna buy one, man, definitely just go ahead and get the 4070.
Still got enough life in it to climb.
It's definitely worth getting the better GPU if you can. The only time it's not really worth it is like if you really don't need a, I mean, nobody really needs a 4090 tight GPU, but yeah, like you really don't need to go from 4080 to 4090 unless you really want to. It's like a minimal difference. It's only if you really just want to dump the money into it.
Medical supplies over here. Ammunition cache here. Changing magazine.
What the fuck? I was hitting that one. What the fuck?
Injecting stims.
Why do you smile, brother?
I am executing the Emperor's will, arm to arm with his finest, slaughtering the enemies of mankind. I have
Base,
every
dude.
reason to smile.
So long as you are bearing your teeth.
You'll trade your 3080 Founders for 39. No. Why the hell would I trade my 3090 for 3080? That's dumb as hell. That thing cooks bosses.
Fresh magazine in. Commencing Auspex scan. Swapping magazine.
Creatures undergoing some kind of transformation. I smell ozone, like an overloading plasma gun.
Oh, this was the boss that Synthetic Man was fighting in his review. What the hell's hitting me?
Administering self-aid. Fresh munitions.
Really? He's not gonna pick him up?
Changing magazine. Auspex prime. Swapping magazine. Magazine in.
I need ammo.
Steam injection administered.
I have seen.
There we go.
I have it.
Lord Titus, this is real. We have silenced the demonic cacophony in our ears. Excellent work, brother. Any contact with Talassa?
Yeah, typically Square Enix PC ports are really bad, so
Bringing a new trophy back to the battle bar.
they typically are pretty bad. Final Fantasy 15 ran like absolute fucking dog shit when it first came out, and it's not surprising that 16's in the same boat. Same with Remake as well. Yeah, bro, I like that Digital Foundry video, which we'll watch tonight for Rebirth, is like insane how much better it looks. Like, it's crazy. It looks better than fucking you know, graphics mode on the base PS5 in performance mode. That shit looks nice. Let's see. Just curious. Mark? I don't know how you mark enemy types. Looks like nobody else does either. That you need a guide for. Yeah, I need to replay the campaign for that. That I'm almost done with. No clue if I'm close to that. Getting close. Hell yeah, dude. Kill 20,000 enemies. That's not bad. Yeah. Just have to keep playing. Just mark them like in Shadow of War. Yeah, that's a really cool mechanic, man. It's a shame that they're making a fucking Wonder Woman game instead of another Lord of the Rings game. Doesn't that blow? And game companies wonder why they're not selling fucking games, man. You could have made another fucking Lord of the Rings title. And yeah, instead we're getting fucking Wonder Woman with probably an Arab-looking Wonder Woman that's ugly as fucking, you know, a horse. Basically, would be my guess.
I haven't had these for 4 decades, and yet they still ache. Please report any punctures, faulty servitude.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they sold well. Here, let's see. Shadow of War sales.
All hangar personnel mental fortitude and physical purity evaluation upon completion of duties.
I have no idea.
Any gear must be cleared from hangar launch vector prior to disembarkation.
So Shadow of War sold 20% higher than the first one during its first week, so that's good. I have no idea. I can't find like an actual number. But yeah, it looks like sales are up from the first game. Dude, I remember when Shadow of Mordor came out. Like, that shit was fucking fire, bro. Shadow of Mordor was so fucking good. Like, I remember when that game came out, it was like, damn, bro, this is fucking sick. I've actually never beaten Shadow of War. I've attempted to play it multiple times and I've never actually finished it. But I loved Shadow of Mordor, bro. That game was fucking fire.
Will not be tolerated.
I remember when Shadow of Mordor came out, like half my fucking football team skipped practice for like the week over the summer. I think it was when it was coming out. Let me check. I think it was that game. It may have been that or Dying Light. I don't remember. Mordor. When did it release? September? That may have been it, yeah. That may have been it. You ain't play no football. I have my fucking varsity letters, dude. That if I had bought the $300 jacket, I could have put it on. So no, I did actually. But yeah, I did not buy the jacket.
Magnesium maintenance takes priority. No weapon is more important.
Yeah, that shit was ridiculous, bro. $300 for that piece of shit. Fuck no. Wasn't Shadow of War controversial because of the microtrain? That's right, dude. Yeah, one of my coach's like sayings was eyes on the thighs. Bro, that shit was so but yeah, eyes on the thighs was like the fucking tackling motto he used. So Griffin was a brokey? Fuck no, I wasn't gonna spend $300 for a gay-ass jacket that had my fucking school and bullshit on it. Hell nah. I wasn't broke, but I sure as shit wasn't stupid. Yeah, the school jackets are gay as shit, man. It was bad enough we had to wear a tie with the school colors on it. I didn't buy, dude, I didn't buy a class ring for high school or college. Fuck that. I don't care about shit like that, bro. The only piece of jewelry I'm buying one day is a wedding ring, and that's literally it. I'm not really into jewelry. So, no chains, no bracelets, no rings, no fucking grills, none of that shit. Oh yeah, they definitely overpriced them, because the school probably got a cut. A watch isn't jewelry. I mean, unless you count, like, those fucking iced out pieces of shit, but yeah, no. Watches are not jewelry. It's a timepiece. You don't classify it as jewelry.
I did not ask for recaf in my last digestive cartridge. It stokes an infernal turbulence.
But yeah, I'd buy a watch. I'd buy several watches, but I don't have any that I don't have any that are, you know, I guess that I want, because, you know, I'm not spending 30 grand on a watch, at least yet. Once I get more money and I guess more financial stability, then yeah, I'll buy some watches. But yeah, all the watches that I want are like 30 bands, and I don't really want to pay that right now. I could buy it if I really wanted to, but, you know, 30 grand is better spent elsewhere. Like, I can pay off my mortgage faster. I can buy more Aerith cards. You know, the important things in life.
We must reduce redeployment time. Maintain a complement of standard war gear on all Thunderhawks.
You gonna cry at your wedding? Only if I have to marry a fatty. Which won't happen, so probably not. Why would I cry at my wedding? Isn't that supposed to be a happy time? Bro, I feel like if you're crying at your wedding, you better call it off before it's too late. You would have to call it off. Griffin has to give up his waifu card collection in order for that to happen. Yeah, and that'll never happen, bro. Tears of joy? I've never had tears of joy, so I doubt it would happen. You might cry because it's your last... Wait, it will be your last night as a virgin. That's right, Britt. Because like Review Tech said, I'm saving myself for marriage. Alright, let's see. Give me a second, please. Oh my god, bro. He's been on a fucking tear today. Jeez. Alright. Bro, he's been putting in the work. 3 slop videos in one day, man. Dreamcast guy has his eye on the prize. He wants to get paid. Yeah, there's a bunch of collector's editions coming out or something that he needs to buy. God damn. Griffin will cry because Tyrone is the only one getting his wife's poon. That's right. But, you know, I'm very happy to raise the future generation of diverse children, you know. I think that's important as a white man. Did I renew my game? I don't think I have it on renewal. I have it stacked right now. So I don't know when it expires. But yeah, I don't think it's on renewal. Yeah, he's trying to afford the PS5 Pro. True. Very true. I forgot about that, yeah. I forgot he struggles to put food on the table. Did I see Sense chat trying to convince him you're a woke grifter? That's called Claw's Mystery, and no, I did not. That's just Claws, dude. Claws is always trying to start shit between me and him, so... He's a typical leftist. Claws believes in divide and conquer. You know, he's literally employing, you know, his favorite president, Shine Bomb's #1 strategy. Divide and conquer.
I can't afford
So,
this shit!
yeah, that's what's happening. But, yeah, I don't know. Apparently I'm woke. If so, that's news to me. I don't even know how you could claim I'm woke, bro, because, like, dude, I've literally donated to, like, the fucking Trump campaign, like, how many times on stream now? Bro, if I was woke, that would be, like, literally giving Hitler a fucking blowjob. There's no fucking way that would happen, so I don't know, man.
I can't afford this shit!
Let's see. Alright, so Juan with the 5, sup all you.
Skip it up, fucking loser faggot.
Base LTG take on Nikocado. Let's see. He's milking it at this point. Yeah, I'm milking something else.
You lose weight, you get no kudos from me. You were never supposed to be fucking fat in the first place.
Yo, that's kind of base.
Did you lose weight for you, or did you lose weight because you couldn't wait to post a picture on social media? So you got there from just gorging and eating, and then you lose the weight. Now you want the congratulations? I don't believe in an eating disorder. You telling me that there's something in my mind that's just making me just grab snacks that are overkill, just Oreos, cookies, little chips, drinks, Mountain Dews, chickens, turkeys, like, nah. If you're fat and you lose weight, you get no kudos from me. You were never supposed to be fucking...
I mean, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. Because the thing is with the Nikocado retard is he deliberately made himself fat to fucking grift on social media. So why the fuck should you be happy that he lost weight? It's like he literally just did that shit for attention in the first place. Diego Cruz with the 5, off topic, but I love Nintendo, but why is Zelda so loved? People say Breath of the Wild's better than Red Dead Redemption 2. What the fuck, lol? I don't get the appeal. Personally, I don't get the appeal of either one, but I don't know. I mean, I guess Breath of the Wild has more, like, gameplay freedom, so it just comes down to personal taste, I guess. And I Settler with the 5, by the way, farm operations, solo on easy for class kills. Overall, the hardest for XP class level 25. I had randoms, rush levels, and ruin it. Oh, okay. Gotcha. So, like, play them solo, get the kills yourself, and then, you know, if you need to level up the class, play on harder. Gotcha. A new generation with the 10. No, this can't be good. Let's see. Why did that open here? The fuck? Alright, hold on, give me a second. I don't know why it opened on that tab. There we go. Yeah. Trannies. Woohoo. Hooray. Yeah. Let's see. So I sided with the 5. You don't have to watch the 6 men, but I have no words. Let's see. Let's see what it is. Plucky Squire is a 10 out of 10. Yeah, dude. Yeah, this is like literal Game Pass slop, so it's not surprising that, you know, he likes it. The story, the puzzles, the art style, the animation, a storybook come to life. Oh my god, dude. Let's see here. I'll just listen to a little bit.
Chapter 3. Moonbeard.
I will play this game? Probably not. I mean, I'll give it credit. It looks like something unique, but it's not for me, man. I don't like these type of games. What the fuck was the point of that intro? That was so worthless. What in the fuck is this video? Is it just raw gameplay? Why the fuck would you just upload 6 minutes of gameplay footage? Like, yeah. Absolutely not, bro. It's not a 10 out of 10. Dear Lord. Dude, this is the thing. Is the bar has been set so fucking low with video games that people play something slightly different or gameplay oriented and they're like, 10 out of 10, dude! Oh my god! Like Astrobot, prime example. Is it a good game? Yes. Is it a masterpiece? No. Just because for the first time in fucking 10 years, PlayStation decides to release a game with actual fucking gameplay instead of 10-minute cinematics in between 2-minute gameplay segments does not mean it's a fucking masterpiece. But that's the thing, man, is people are so fucking used to like mediocre dog shit that any game that's slightly better than average, they're like, oh my god, bro, it's masterpiece material. I don't think Rebirth is a masterpiece. I've already said that like 100 times, bro. You're barking up the wrong tree if you actually think I think Rebirth is a masterpiece. I've already stated my beef with that game several times. I don't think it's a masterpiece. It's the best game I've played this gen, but it's not a masterpiece. It's got issues. But, yeah. You call it peak? Yeah, that doesn't mean masterpiece, dumbass. Last time I checked, Claus, masterpiece and peak are not the same fucking word. So, I know English might be a little hard. But, come on now. That shouldn't take anything outside of Google Translate to figure out. Claus Mystery of the 20s, Synth Man told trans people that rope is free. Actually, no it's not, dude. We live in a capitalist society, so you're wrong. And Claus Mystery with the 20, he literally had a Claudio tier rant for 1.5 minutes. What is a Claudio tier rant? Do you think OG Final Fantasy VII is a masterpiece? I guess maybe for the time. But I'm gonna be honest, I don't really remember it that well, so. Dude, I played that game as like a child, so I didn't really, you know, think whether or not something was a masterpiece or something like that. I just cared if I liked it or not, so. I didn't really have the same mentality I have now towards games. I would just play them because they're fun or I like them. So I silenced the 5. I gave 7K to our boy overall this year. Agent 47 / Hitman. Can't touch him. Thank God, man.
Gaming.
Oh, have they released a Hitman game? That's a good question. I remember the last Hitman game I played was Absolution, and it was actually pretty fun. Let's see. Hitman. I'm actually curious now. Because those were actually kind of good. Not since Hitman 3. Let's see. When did that come out? Alright, do they not just have a list? Hitman. So, Hitman 3. Oh, 2020. What the fuck? I didn't even hear that came out. Yikes. Maybe I'll pick that up. But yeah, I liked Hitman Absolution. I thought that game was actually pretty fun. Hitman Absolution was pretty cool. I like that you didn't have to play it in stealth. So if you broke stealth, it wasn't a big deal. Diego Cruz with the 2. Doom Eternal is a master. I'd say 2016 more so, but you can think that. That's fine. There's not really anything inherently wrong with it, so... Other than the multiplayer sucks, but, you know, you're not really buying it for the multiplayer. Am I excited for God of War Ragnarok coming out on PC today? Oh, yeah, dude. I can't wait.
From the filmmakers who brought you How to Train Your Dragon.
What's up, gamers? Casca here, and
Hey guys, we're gonna make a new YouTube video today.
good morning. I just woke up. Seems like a lot of people are just waking up, and it seems the Nintendo Switch 2 has officially leaked with full pictures of the console, specifications to its power, and it looks actually pretty awesome. I am extremely excited for the Nintendo Switch 2, so let's take a look at how it looks. Hi, hope you're having a great day. If you could, please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. I just woke up like 45 seconds ago, so I apologize if I sound slightly out of it. But honestly, I was just so excited, I immediately had to turn this on. So there are two separate sources that...
I was just so excited, guys. I had to turn it on right away. Oh my god. It was just such an exciting moment that I just couldn't wait, dude. I almost pissed my pants in anticipation, so here we are.
Are talking about this. Somebody posted a bunch of stuff on Gaming Leaks and Rumors, the Reddit. Now, I love this Reddit a lot. These are leaked factory prototypes. Now, in case that seems a bit wishy-washy, multiple journalists now have said this does actually match what seems to be the real specifications. Now, each different version of the Nintendo Switch, from the original Nintendo Switch to the OLED Nintendo Switch and the tiny little handheld Nintendo Switch Lite, all of those had identical leaks to the one we're looking at now. All of those ended up having leaked photos from Chinese factories. So I think this is legit. Now, these are apparently 3D renderings of what the factory is like. I guess like the prototype of how it spits it out. And as you can see, it's a bigger Nintendo Switch. It's straight up just a Nintendo Switch. They're still keeping the Joy-Cons. They're keeping the bigger back thingy from the Nintendo Switch OLED model, where the kickstand is no longer just a little tiny thing. One thing that did jump out to me is not only does it still have a headphone jack, thank God, since so many things are trying to get rid of headphone jacks, but I did notice it has a built-in microphone, which is pretty good. Going back to that is very cool. The fact that it is keeping the original Joy-Con does...
Yeah, I would imagine it's going to look very similar. I don't know if it's... Well, it's probably not going to. I was going to say maybe it's so that they can use the same accessories, but yeah. Who the fuck am I kidding? That's not going to happen, man. That's how Nintendo makes all their money.
Design, still very good by me. Hopefully it's more durable than our...
Yeah, so it looks like it's got the OLED like a kickstand, thank God.
Current Joy-Con, since obviously we've had multiple Joy-Con. Oh my God, we've had multiple Joy-Con lawsuits. Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Wowie
That's
zowie.
insane. 7 inches? That's pretty big.
Yeah. It's pretty big, dude. It's so what? That's probably like an 8-inch screen. Just about. I don't know. Like, it's kind of hard to tell because you have to measure screens diagonally. But that looks like it'd be like maybe 8. I don't think 9, but probably like 8 inches, I feel like. I don't know. Because the Switch OLED has a 7-inch screen. So, and we don't know how much of this is like bezels either. So,
this is the size of the normal Nintendo Switch. You could tell by the little tiny original kickstand versus the upgraded model, the Nintendo Switch 2. That is a big, big upgrade. Wow. So I guess if the console's bigger, then the Joy-Cons are going to be a lot bigger as well. Wow. It's wild to see it, but that does seem to be the actual Nintendo Switch. Now, there has been some debate as to whether they're actually going to call it Nintendo Switch 2. Some people think the name Nintendo Switch 2 is fake. I believe it's real simply because it does seem like Nintendo is a bit afraid of moving away from the brand of...
Call it the Super Nintendo Switch. That's all they have to do, man. Super Nintendo Switch. It keeps the name. Everybody will like it, and it fits with your naming convention.
Nintendo Switch, because it's the biggest thing they've ever done. Like, Nintendo has made billions and billions of dollars off Mario, Zelda, and Pokemon, but this is their biggest money maker ever. There's memes about how the Nintendo Switch is just a money printer, but along with these specifications, oh wow, look at that. We even had an exact 8-inch large screen. Wow. Man, that's so good. But here's the other thing that managed to leak in this, which the person who posted this also posted Nintendo Switch specifications. Now, this is less verifiable. There's a ton of stuff about how it all works. And I found a comment over on Reddit that, so there's a lot of stuff. I'm going to link this in the description box for the more tech savvy. A lot of this to me looks like shipping manifests in Shenmue. Yeah, that's right. I got to make a Dreamcast reference. But there's somebody here who broke it down in the most layman's sense. It sounds like this, even in its handheld form, the way that when you're playing the Nintendo Switch, playing it on the TV looks better than playing it on handheld. That's why if you ever look at those videos,
So yeah, it looks like it's about a Series S performance level. So that's not bad, honestly. For a handheld, man, that'll be pretty capable. I mean, just imagine how much better Nintendo games can look if they actually have those resources available, so...
say docked gameplay versus handheld gameplay. In handheld mode, it's going to be a little bit more powerful than a PlayStation 4. Now, keep in mind the games that are on the PlayStation 4. Red Dead Redemption, stuff like Grand Theft Auto, Final Fantasy 15. These are games that are not just big, that aren't just fun, they're incredible. So the power of this being slightly above, oops, I clicked it, this being above the power of a PlayStation 4 in handheld is kind of nuts, whereas docked, it'll have roughly the power of a PlayStation 4 Pro or an Xbox Series S. Oh my God. So it's going to be close to sort of relatively recent hardware, so 5-year out-of-date chip. Slower than a PS5 PSX when it comes to RAM in the speed department, but more capacity than the Xbox Series S. Should have between 10.5 and 11 gigs of RAM. Oh my God. This is so interesting. So other sources have chimed in on this about how this is definitely seemingly real. It does seem to actually be legit. Nearly 12 gigs of RAM confirmed. Awesome. Now, this I think is good.
That's pretty sad, bro. Like the new Switch, which is a handheld, has more RAM than the fucking Series S. Like, I really can't believe it only has 10 gigs, bro. Like 16 should have been the minimum. I feel like 16 should be in the Switch 2 as well, but, you know, 12 I think is better than 10. Hopefully, but yeah, they should have put 16. I don't understand why companies cheap out on the RAM. Like, RAM is not even expensive, especially at like scale. Like, it's a very cheap component for most, like, you know, electronic devices, so just doesn't really make sense why you'd cheap out on that type of shit. Because RAM is not that expensive. Like, CPUs, GPUs, you know, storage, yeah, that's more expensive, but RAM? I don't know, dude. It just seems like a dumb thing to cheap out on. I saw it with the 5. Did we see this already? I dipped out. Let's see. What is it? Yes, we did watch this. I remember that.
Going to be an interesting thing because the Nintendo Switch was so overwhelmingly successful, it pretty much created its own lane. I mean, undeniably. Anybody who says, oh, people aren't going to want to put stuff on this because developers hate porting stuff to the Xbox Series S, why would they put up with it when it comes to Nintendo? I think the difference is, not only is the Nintendo Switch extremely popular, I do think the Nintendo Switch 2 is going to do the same thing, where it is going to have such a big standalone audience in that the attach rate of the Nintendo Switch people, they show up. They buy games, sometimes multiple games, like multiple copies of the same game, getting a physical and a digital copy.
I have a shit ton of Switch games that I've bought multiple copies of, but yeah.
Of a bunch of their games. I think developers are probably going to support the heck out of this. As of a couple days ago, there was...
Oh, dude, every developer on planet Earth wants to be able to put their games on the Switch right now, but they can't because the performance is just so shit. So, dude, if they actually could, they would. Like, there's no question that they would be putting everything on the Switch if they had the ability to, but just the specs are so low compared to modern consoles and PC gaming that it's like almost impossible. Like, what? The Switch has only 4 gigs of RAM? Like, bro, that's insanely bad. So, yeah, it's pretty incredible that they could even get shit to run on there in the first place. So...
all these developers that were taking strange selfies at the Nintendo headquarters here in America, there are a lot of rumblings that the Nintendo Switch 2 is coming out probably around April of next year, and they're really pushing to have what they typically don't have. I think a lot of the biggest problems with the beginning of the Nintendo Switch was the fact that it didn't have a ton of games instantly coming out.
Bro, it didn't have anything. I remember on day one, because I got my Switch day one, I was one of the few people that actually pre-ordered that fucker from the very first announcement video. I remember I stayed up until like 3 a.m. I think it was, when Nintendo did their reveal for the Switch. And everybody was like, oh, it's the Wii U 2. Oh, it's gonna bomb. Blah. Like, it was the first time I'd ever seen a console not sell out when it came to pre-orders. Like, the pre-orders for the Switch were available for weeks. You could pre-order that thing freely. Like, I put my pre-order in at the very first minute, and then I was like, wait, you can keep pre-ordering this? So, like, I just kept pre-ordering them. I got a bunch of Switches day one. But by the time release date rolled around, everybody wanted one, so they sold for a shit ton of money. But, yeah, you could literally buy Nintendo Switches, like, pre-order them for weeks after the reveal. Because everybody thought it was going to completely bomb. Like, I think even Review Tech was saying that shit too back in the day, if I remember correctly. But yeah, everybody was so pessimistic on the Switch, but it did have one of the worst launch lineups ever. You had 1-2 Switch, Fast RMX, and Breath of the Wild. That's why I have so much time in Breath of the Wild when I genuinely didn't enjoy it, is because it was like the only game you could play on the Nintendo Switch when it came out. So it was like, all right, well, fuck, man. I want to use my Switch, but it's like, I have to play this game I don't really like. So, yeah, that shit was not...
I can't afford this shit!
I don't know, bro. That shit had a terrible launch lineup. But if the Switch 2 is backwards compatible, that issue is immediately remediated. So let's hope it is backwards compatible. I cannot imagine why it wouldn't be. Nintendo would be batshit crazy to not make that thing back compat. They will lose one of the most profitable user bases in the entirety of their history if they piss off people and don't make it back compat.
It sounds like this time around they're trying to fix that mistake and give us a lot more tools to developers so they can have their games available day one. I think the Nintendo Switch 2, early guess, I think it's going to be a just absolutely explosive, just industry-altering event when it comes out. And I'm dead serious about that. Mark it down. I'm saying this on September 18th. I think the Nintendo Switch 2 is going to break the internet, and it's gonna totally redefine handheld gaming. And I'm excited to see it. I'll be honest with you, I have not played my Nintendo Switch like at all this entire year. In fact, I lent it to my girlfriend and her kids like months ago. So I haven't even played my Nintendo Switch.
Oh, no! No! Dreamcast guy fell for the trap, man. Oh my god. Poor guy. We need to save him. Holy shit, bro. No. Fuck, man. Nah. The poor guy. Yup, a single mom, dude. Yeah, it's Jover, bro. Pour one out for Dreamcast guy, man.
Bro, here comes a big hot load of PlayStation 5s. Oh man, it's so thick.
Shit. Dude, it's rough out there for real gamers nowadays. I'm telling you. Gamers are oppressed in every aspect of our life. How sad. You know, my heart goes out. I sided with the 5. This is new. This is beyond ridiculous. Alright, I'll take a look at this after we're done with this video. Because we're almost done with it. Tim Marco with the 7. Let's watch my video tonight. We watched that last night, but if you can find like the actual uncut speech without the commentary, we can rewatch it. We can rewatch it if you just want to find like the actual speech without the commentary. But yeah, we watched that video last night. And I sided with the 5. I think Super Nintendo Switch is an issue since most weren't born then. Like, Wii U is better than Wii 2 is better than Wii U, in my opinion, if I have to compare. I don't know. But yeah, I don't really think it's going to be a problem, because, you know, did anybody have a problem with the DS to 3DS, or the Game Boy to the Game Boy Advanced, or, you know, anything like that? So I don't really think it's a problem. Like, those are different generation consoles, and they weren't, like, directly named, like, 2. You went from the Nintendo Entertainment System to the Super Nintendo Entertainment System to the N64 to the Wii, or no, to the GameCube, to the Wii, then the Wii U, then the Switch. So, I mean, Super Nintendo Switch would probably be fine. More often than not, they've had, like, a weird kind of name gimmick to their consoles, and it's been okay. I think the messaging is the most important thing. So the problem is with the Wii to the Wii U is most people who bought a Wii didn't really like it. So that's the thing, is like there was already like this negative sentiment towards the Wii because, you know, people who had a Wii didn't really like it that much. So when they released a Wii U, they're like, oh, it's just another gimmick console. I don't really want another one. So I don't think it would be a problem, honestly. Especially with the current sentiment surrounding Nintendo Switch. I think people would be fine. Because the Wii really was not a positively received console by the masses. Like, most people who had a Wii only played like 2 or 3 games. And, you know, most people who bought it stuck it in the closet after a few weeks anyway, because people stopped playing Wii Sports. Like, the Wii had some of the worst software attach rates ever. So...
5 months because they're playing Mario Kart. So, honestly, hell yeah. What do you guys think about this, though? Does this actually look like a good system? Does the layout look good? How do you feel about the system itself?
I can finally play Dude, I remember the Nintendo Labo bullshit. The cardboard.
Tell me your thoughts in the comments down below, and please...
Yeah, people were stonking on that shit. They were buying, like, Labos to keep sealed. And it's like, are you kidding me?
Please, if you could, give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. And please, keep dreaming. Nintendo, please don't copyright strike this. Please. I'm just looking at leaks. Okay, and we also have to talk about Horizon Zero Dawn Remastered. Next video.
Thanks so much for watching that video.
Does Dreamcast guy have to drop the kids off? Well, he rides a bike, so I don't think that would be happening. Unless it's a very long bike with multiple seats. Oh, wait, shit, I didn't want to close out of that. Oh, well, it's whatever. I'll just open another tab. Alright, so let's see. You know how the passage of time works, right? The game not being so profitable with longer-term sales doesn't change that. Takashi misreported that Square Enix previously stated about sales being in line with expectations and strong. Source is literally Square Enix, an analyst he quoted. Alright, so... Initial sales of Final Fantasy 16 were 3 million units. How did that compare to your expectations, and how do you plan to expand sales going forward? This achievement was in line with our expectations. To expand sales, we have planned a variety of PR activities and other initiatives to encourage more of the growing PS5 install base to play the title. Alright, according to David Gibson, who attended Square Enix analyst briefing, the company was hoping for more sales of Final Fantasy 16. Hope was not the right word. Sorry, the results were in the range of their expectations. Feel the penetration of PS5 performance was quite good. Hell yeah, dude. As they said before when announcing the 3 million number, I mean, 3 million sales for a game on one platform is not bad at all. Square Enix just always has unrealistic expectations, as usual. Every single game past Final Fantasy X has been a disappointment in their eyes. But yeah, they're still making games. And let's see, Final Fantasy 16 sales have been extremely strong, says Square Enix. Sitting pretty. And then, let's see, taking into consideration the sales figures of the acclaimed Final Fantasy VII Remake and the difference in size of the install base of PS4 at the time of this title's release, we can see that the attach rate of Final Fantasy 16 is considerably high given the PS5 install base. Square Enix considered the initial sales results of Final Fantasy 16 to be extremely strong, and we will continue to carry out a wide range of initiatives to encourage even more people to play the game. Yeah, the problem is, and, you know, Square Enix is horrible with this, is they're basing modern Final Fantasy performance on Remake, which Remake was lightning in a fucking bottle, basically. One, you have the Remake version of one of the most highly acclaimed video games of all fucking time. So already right there, you have a bunch of normies who otherwise might not have been interested in Final Fantasy, all of a sudden interested in Final Fantasy again. Second, the game released at the end of the PS4 life cycle with over 100 million consoles out in the wild. Third, the game released like literally weeks into the COVID lockdowns when everyone had nothing to do for months other than sit at home, watch TV, and play video games. So basically, Square Enix took this perfect fucking scenario that literally is a once-in-a-lifetime scenario and was like, all right, now every single game we release is going to do exactly just this. And that's not realistic. So, yeah. I don't know. Like, anybody with a brain could have told them that their games following Remake would not sell as well. Every game in 2020 sold extremely well. 2021 and 2022, we saw a massive decline in the video game industry because lockdowns were ending and people had other shit to do than play video games. So, yeah, I don't know, man. It's not really surprising. But, yeah, if we're in a world where, like, I think, Final Fantasy 16 sold, like, 5 million copies now? Like, 5 million copies on one platform for a pretty niche genre is good. Like, I don't know. That to me is not bad. Like, getting 5 million sales on any game on one platform is what I would consider to be a successful game, personally. But, you know, I have no idea how much money they spent on development, how much money they wasted on advertising, or whatever it might be. But I don't know. Like, 5 million sales for a pretty niche genre is good. Not to mention 16 definitely has some issues with, like, the cutscenes and all that type of crap. But, yeah. I don't know. We'll see. But I think it did all right on PC, right? It was like at what, 20-something thousand peak concurrent? But yeah, I don't know, man. Square Enix always has unrealistic expectations. What Griffin is saying is Forspoken deserved a sequel. Absolutely, man. Forspoken is underrated. That game is ironically amazing. What other game do you get to play as a 3-time convicted felon black girl with an absent black father who lives in an apartment she broke into, has a Jordan collection, and steals for a living? I mean, dude, it's just like, that game is fucking hilarious for all the wrong reasons. Also, Cuff is a legend. But, yeah, I don't know, man. I liked Forspoken in the sense that it was like so bad it was good at times, but I thought the gameplay was actually decent. The performance sucked, though. That game ran like absolute dog shit. So that's like, I feel like Forspoken's biggest flaw. That and the like final third of the story was so fucking rushed.
I can't afford this shit!
But, yeah. I don't really think Forspoken is like one of the worst games of all time, like people say. It actually has a pretty decent foundation. It's just, holy fuck, man. It's funny for all the wrong reasons. Let's see. So, I saw the 5 off stream for this unless you want to show. Yeah. Perfect example. Yeah, this is a trend with Square Enix. Whatever. Tomb Raider has sold 3.4 million copies, failed to hit expectations. There you go, guys. This is the Square Enix cycle. Basically everything since Final Fantasy X, if you follow their games, has been a failure to meet expectations. So a game that was available on PS3, PC, and Xbox 360 only sold 3.4 million copies. So, yeah. Yeah, Square Enix always has unrealistic expectations. It's not just Final Fantasy. It's not just Dragon Quest. It's everything. Yeah, they expected 14.9 million retail game sales. Bro. So yeah, like you could see, Square Enix is always unrealistic. This is just a trend with them if you follow them. Tim Marco with the 279. No worries. Found the clip where you watched the video. All right, cool, man. And I saw there with the 5. Oh, God, this was today. Let's see. Square Enix says that the company not managing their title portfolio as well as they could have led to cannibalization between their own. Yes, I agree. Bro, as much as I love getting completely carpet bombed with Square Enix titles, because I like Square Enix games, they release so much shit, bro. Like, it's almost impossible to keep track of everything they put out. Like, it feels like every other month, at least, they're releasing, like, 2 games. So, yeah, I agree with that. Like, they just release too much stuff a lot of times. Because I think right around the time of Rebirth, didn't they release, like, Dragon Quest? Like, you don't need to do all that. Like, just space it out a little bit. Most people don't buy games in retail anymore unless it's normie shit. Well, yeah, but that was back in the 360 generation, so... 360 gen people did. Nobody really bought digital back then. Most people... Hold on. No, I read that. Since Final Fantasy failed expectations, is time for being saved by Life is Strange? Yeah, I guess. I don't know. The women love Life is Strange, so I don't know what Life is Strange sells. DMC HD collection's on sale. There you go, man. Just skip 2. Don't play 2. That game sucks. Uh-oh. It's Jover. R.I.P. Ubislop. This sucks. I agree. Horizon Zero Dawn does suck.
Eyes up here. It's called the Grubelt Ultra. Let me tell you about it.
What's up, gamers? Drew Keska here, and today we're going to talk about a very strange PlayStation L, because it sounds like Sony is just continuing to remake and remaster games again and again and again, and it feels like even the most diehard Sony defenders, people that typically love everything that PlayStation does, everybody's kind of saying, what the hell is the point? But let's discuss. Hi.
Because their fucking dumbass audience will buy it. Like the same people that bought The Last of Us. I mean, The Last of Us Remastered was actually worth buying. But yeah, it's like people who bought The Last of Us Remastered, and then The Last of Us Part 1. Why the fuck wouldn't you just keep selling it over and over again? It costs absolutely nothing. And you can make hundreds of millions of dollars, potentially, from people rebuying the same shit over and over and over again.
I hope you're having a great day, and if you could, please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. So there were some leaks a couple years ago about this project, but apparently the rumors are...
Yeah, wasn't Life is Strange 2 the one with the, with Trump's border wall as the final boss? I'm pretty sure that's the one it was.
Are true. Horizon Zero Dawn is getting a remaster. It's been officially rated, which means it's probably coming out relatively soon. We've got some box art of it, and I want to explain why I'm pissed about this. I'm not ambivalent. I'm not mixed. I think this sucks, and I want to say this as a big fan.
I'm pissed! Why are you pissed, dude? It's a fucking remaster. Who gives a shit? Why are you pissed off over a remaster coming out? Just say the game fucking sucks and you're not going to buy it, but you're angry? Why?
And of Horizon Zero Dawn.
I don't get that shit, man. Getting angry over a fucking remaster.
I bought the game at launch. I reviewed it. I gave it a 10 out of 10. I love the...
Oh my god.
Follow-up of Forbidden West, but I say this as a diehard fan of Horizon. What the hell are we doing here? Like actually consider that. I spent $500 on my PlayStation 5. The PlayStation 5 looks good, but let's also consider this. There is already a PlayStation 5 version. If you put this actual disc in a PS5, it automatically becomes 4K 60 FPS. What are we doing here? Like, has Sony completely lost all creativity? Like, literally, this game came out 10 years ago. It still looks good. It still plays good. They recently ported Horizon Zero Dawn to PC and it looks fantastic. And that's the exact same game. What could you possibly be remastering? I mean, you can't make it more 4K. You can't make it 8K. Literally, I like this meme where someone said, "What's next? Spider-Man 2 remastered." Now, everybody is like, this is insane because we're probably going to get a Horizon Forbidden West PlayStation 5 Pro version, Forbidden West Remastered. Oh, God, this is so dumb. Lego Adventures. There is talks of the Horizon multiplayer game. There is some leaked gameplay of that where apparently they're doing like, it almost looks like Monster Hunter. This is annoying because the current head of PlayStation is Herman Hulst, the founder of Guerrilla Games, the guy who directed Horizon, right? So I guess it makes sense that this is his own passion project. And I mean, Horizon Zero Dawn is a good game. It's also one of the highest selling PlayStation games of all time, even though people don't talk about it. So it's just weird that it feels like there is so much other stuff that people want a lot more, and I feel like would sell a lot more.
Yeah, they don't care. In case you guys haven't noticed, Sony does not care about video games anymore. They care about Horizon TV shows and multiplayer game. Like, I don't know, man. They're so desperate to push Horizon as like their mainstream franchise, and I don't get why. Well, I understand why, because it's a woman, but dude, Horizon is not good. It's just it's the Avatar effect. People bought it because it looked good graphically. Most people never finished that game at all. It sold extremely well because people are like, "Oh my god, dude, the graphics are so amazing." And then nobody cared about it. So
more. I just found this random tweet here, and I feel like it's actually a great list. What if we got an Uncharted 1 remake or a Sly Cooper collection, or bring back Metal Gear Solid 4 or the Killzone trilogy, Resistance, Infamous? Like, there are so many games that currently are stuck on the PlayStation 3, that are stuck on the PlayStation 2. There are very crappy ports of some of them, or you're allowed to stream them. If they did a full remake of the original Uncharted, or a prequel to the original Uncharted, or something, these are projects that I feel like would sell consoles, they'd sell copies, they'd be good. I am annoyed specifically because it just feels like Horizon Zero Dawn remastered or remake or whatever.
Logic Bender with the 2, Horizon came bundled. Most of its sales are fake. Yeah, especially with Zero Dawn. It was bundled with every single PS5 for like a year. Same with God of Snore Ragnarok, too. That game was bundled with every single PS5. And Spider-Mid 2. Most of Sony's games are artificially inflated by console bundles. That's like a known thing. But yeah, definitely. That game to me is just screeches of desperation of them trying to make it bigger than it actually is. Like, how do you make robot dinosaurs lame? Like, bro, that's an accomplishment. I don't know, man. Maybe you have to play more than the first 4 hours or something, but holy shit, that game is miserable to fucking get through. Like, I've tried to play it twice. I bought it on PS4. I played it for like a few hours. Got deathly bored. And that was back when I liked Sony games even. Like, I liked the Sony movie game formula still at that point, because I liked God of War 2018 when it came out. I thought it was actually really good. I've soured on it since. But back in those days, I actually liked it. Horizon, I could not get into, man. That shit bored me to tears. And then I rebought it when it came out on PC, and I couldn't get into it again. It's a boring game.
They want to call it. This feels like a waste of time and money. I'm glad people are saying that. Look, there is a lot of trouble in the industry right now with layoffs. It just feels like to even get a project greenlit is incredibly difficult. Getting it out the finish line is hard. Making a sequel is incredibly hard. Like, at this point, actually making stuff is more expensive, more difficult, more arduous than it's ever been. Why are we even dedicating so much time and effort and passion and dollars to all these remakes, all these remasters, and not stuff that people are actually wanting? I mean, tons of people are posting Bloodborne memes. This is, in my opinion, very warranted. I think everybody should spam the hell out of freaking these kind of memes because, like, this is a great thing. Look, this is Sony Studios currently drowning. PlayStation is happy, Horizon is happy, and Bloodborne is underwater. This is not just about Bloodborne Remastered specifically and how great that game would be. I feel like my frustration is the fact that I do feel like PlayStation used to be the best. You know, they're still far in the lead. There is a lot of leaked numbers that actually came out today that, honestly, if anything, Sony just continues to dominate more and more. Xbox is selling worse and worse and worse. I think this comfortable lead that PlayStation has acquired has made them incredibly lazy. And it's weird to see that it's not just a matter of like, oh, we can get away with it. It just feels like...
y'all motherfuckers keep encouraging them to release these 7-year dev cycle movie games. So don't be surprised if they use constant remakes and remasters to pad the release schedule. Like, y'all are getting the shit that you're asking for. These dog shit walking sim games that take 8 fucking years to make. And you're shocked when Sony releases the same stuff over and over and over again in between the development cycle of those games? Like, of course they're going to do that. They can't go 4 years without a new game. So obviously they have to have something to fill the void. So start demanding actual video games again and we won't have this problem.
Like, in a way, I don't think Sony wants to try. I don't think Sony even cares about fighting to stay in first place. And as a person that loves PlayStation, actually loves their exclusives more than any other platform, I love PlayStation exclusives. I mean,
I don't.
A lot of them, especially stuff like God of War Ragnarok and even Gran Turismo, those games to me are not just good, they're unique. They're spectacular. They have
God of War Ragnarok and Gran Turismo are unique.
Nigga, you ain't funny. That's not true. Maybe you're just boring as fuck and lame as hell. Cause only lame niggas say that shit. Oh my god.
Yeah.
What? Bro, yes, Gran Turismo, the simulation racer, which there's hundreds of games in that genre that basically do the exact same thing, is so unique. And God of War, a generic, boring, over-the-shoulder hack and slash that just is miserable to fucking play, is so unique, man. Crazy. I sided with the 5. The bundle is a strange argument, especially for Nintendo. They're about to release a new... Well, I mean, Nintendo is not really an issue. Because Nintendo, you know, their stuff sells whether it's bundled or not. Nintendo can break 10 million copies on a game without bundling it. They just bundle, what, Mario Kart every single year? That's really their only bundled game, right? I don't think they've done other bundles. Trying to think. Maybe they did a Mario Odyssey one at some point, but I don't think they really do bundles. Like, they have themed consoles, but they don't typically bundle the game with it. Like, the Zelda ones never have the game. I don't think Animal Crossing came with the game. It was just the console. They don't really bundle often. It's just Mario Kart 8, which, you know, that's a game everybody wants anyway, so... Here, let's see. Nintendo Switch console bundles. Let's see. Yeah, Mario Kart. I don't see anything with the game though. Yeah, Super Smash Brothers. Okay, that one did come with the game. And then, yeah, Mario Odyssey. I already mentioned that one. Zelda, no. Yeah, so it just looks like the Mario Odyssey console bundle, Mario Kart 8, and then the Super Smash Brothers limited edition console, which that was a limited edition, so they weren't mass produced. So yeah, it doesn't look like many. No, I don't think Splatoons came with the game. None of the OLED Switches come with the game. That was like a thing they did at the beginning of the generation primarily. I think now the first time we're getting an actual game bundled in is Mario Kart 8 with an OLED console. So they're doing a holiday bundle for Mario Kart. But yeah, they don't really do too many bundles. They should, but they don't. Hold on. Yeah, the Pokemon one just came with a Pokeball, not the game. Okay, yeah. They don't do any for those.
Have a spark of special magic that to me makes me excited to collect trophies and play stuff. And the fact that they just keep remaking and remastering stuff, it just feels so dumb. Like
yeah, the Mario one was the one with the case and the red Joy-Cons.
I love this meme.
That.
It's so over. Oh, wait, we got Astrobot. Aha, we're so back. Oh, PlayStation 5 Pro is $700. Oh, it's so over. Freedom Wars Remastered. We're so back.
Oh, shit, I remember this fucking game. This is like one of the few games I had for my PS Vita back in the day. Yeah, that game was like basically Attack on Titan, but not Attack on Titan.
Back. Horizon Zero Dawn Remastered.
When did that get announced? That's kind of interesting they brought that back. I mean, I know people used to soy out over it back in the day, but it's not really one of the games I would have thought would have ever gotten a remaster.
I think this is such a weird mistake because I don't think this is even a good idea to Horizon fans. Who is this actually for? What is the purpose of this? Like, obviously, I'm posting this before we have screenshots or actual analysis or a remake trailer.
MBG spitting facts. That's a shock.
But I am annoyed, and I have spoken up about this annoyance of the recent PlayStation remasters. The remake of The Last of Us Part 1, the remaster of The Last of Us Part 2. These are projects that are not different. They're not new. And maybe I'm being hyperbolic here, but I feel like it is end up going to be a very bad thing for PlayStation for the rest of this generation because there are some talks from PlayStation themselves that the PlayStation 5 is going to be around until at least 2028. How few games have we had in the first 4 years? How many remakes have we had? How many remasters have we had? How many games do you actually get for your PlayStation 5 made by Sony that you want to talk about to your coworkers? Do you want to shout?
I don't want to talk about any games made by Sony. Other than Astrobot, that's like the only Sony game I've liked in a very long time.
From the rooftops. I've enjoyed a...
Yep, I remember Soul Sacrifice. That was the, was that a Monster Hunter clone, kinda? I think so.
A lot of the stuff that's been coming to PlayStation 5, but it's not a lot. I love Spider-Man 2. I love Astrobot, but I feel like PlayStation's obsession with trying to get every ounce of PlayStation power out of every single release, I think this is going to backfire. How much money are they spending on this? Because if they're even spending $50 million, $100 million, $10 million, whatever they're spending on this remaster, it just feels, in my opinion, like a very, very, very big mistake unless they're putting out for free, or if this is some sort of like, you already have Horizon.
Yeah, he says this, but he'll definitely rebuy it. You already know, man.
This'll...
oh, yeah, it probably took them like a week to remaster it. So, yeah, it's just free money. It's free money in between game releases, so I don't blame them for doing it, but yeah, I have zero interest in fucking Horizon.
Grade for $10. This just seems like Sony not only being creatively bankrupt, I don't think they understand what made their games so good in the first place. Sony is doing what PlayStation does best in a lot of times. I think that PlayStation exclusives, they are doing something that Xbox isn't doing, that Nintendo isn't doing, that PC studios aren't really doing, and it's making big narrative experiences that are so emotional, that are so well acted, that are so well done. But going back to the well for remaster after remaster after remaster after remaster after remake after remake after remake after remake, it's causing exhaustion, even among the fans. Hype is a finite resource. You can't just keep saying, oh, here's Until Dawn remastered, here's Last of Us. Eventually, people are going to go, okay, where's the new ideas? Where's something as good as Astrobot to play on my console, and even if it doesn't have 4K, a billion FPS, where's something that gets me excited to say, yes, I have a PlayStation? But these have just been some off-the-cuff thoughts. I wanted to ramble about this because, honestly, I am annoyed. I am annoyed that this is the state of freaking PlayStation. But tell me your thoughts in the comments down below. And if you could, please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. And please keep dreaming. I'm recording this before breakfast, so I appreciate you guys watching and liking the video. I'm going to go eat 4 egg tacos with extra beans, some salsa verde, and some potatoes. And
eggs and beans. Yikes. I'm glad I'm not his gaming chair.
Protein shake.
Ooh. Eggs, beans, salsa, potatoes, and a protein shake. That sounds gross, man. Yeah,
Thanks
no
so much
thanks.
for watching that video. If you want to see something else, you can always click this link to see what I put up last, or, you know, subscribe.
Yeah, absolutely fucking not, dude. That's gross. Hold on, I just want to see. Oh, shit. No, fuck Beyonce. Alright, yeah, I just wanted to see what this looks like now. I guess we can just watch the IGN video.
The show-stopping BMW i4 is electricity in its most powerful form.
Shut the fuck up. Hold on, let's just refresh until we get a skip. Oh, come on, bro. They're gonna keep giving me the same shit. There we go. Yeah, this looks like I remember.
Ah yes, Freedom Wars. The seemingly last bastion of the PlayStation Vita is finally moving onwards from Sony's retired handheld. With the help of Bandai Namco, developer Dimps, partially made up of members of the original development team, is bringing the Monster Hunter-style action RPG to modern platforms. It became a hit as a Vita exclusive in 2014 for its unique persistent world mechanics and dystopian sci-fi premise that made it more than just something that played off of its influences. And I can tell you firsthand that there's a certain excitement to Freedom Wars Remastered since it's as true to the original release as you could possibly imagine. I had the chance to get roughly 4 hours of hands-on
I could definitely afford that BMW, but, you know.
Time with a preview build of
Keep dreaming. I could afford a dude, I could get like a G-Wagon if I wanted to. I just don't. I don't drive anywhere.
Freedom Wars Remastered on PlayStation 5. After spending about an hour with a tutorial to shake off a decade of rust, I jumped back into high-level operations. In the following 3 hours, I cleared several instance missions, hunting massive monster-like machines, and rescuing civilians. And unwittingly tacking on extra years to my sentence by acting a fool back in the prison, aka Panopticon, that you call home. If you're not familiar with Freedom Wars, or need a refresher since it's been quite some time, it takes place in a dystopia set in the far future where the surviving population fights over limited resources. People are either wardens running the Panopticon, or prisoners, aka sinners, stuck in indentured servitude and forced to fight for a, quote, greater good. You play as a sinner, and by taking on operations and contributing resources to your Panopticon, you shave years off of your 1 million year prison sentence. Aside from sending yourself to instance hunts, there is a story that develops as you get deeper in.
Yeah, this game was actually... Dude, I used to play this shit on the Vita a lot. This was actually a very fun game. I like this a lot.
operations and
I'll
learn
probably pick this shit up.
more about your fellow sinners on your prison block, and get caught up in some good old anime-style drama.
I just remember, like, dude, I used to feel ill playing it on the Vita, because I... Uh-oh. I'm going to sound like a little boy, but yeah, I used to play it in the car when my mommy used to drive me places, but yeah. I would play it in the car when, like, I was riding with my mom to go somewhere, and, you know, like, whenever you're, like, hunched over looking at a handheld screen, you kind of get, like, motion sickness. So, yeah, I remember that. I associate motion sickness with a lot of the Vita games that I did play, but yeah. I don't know, dude. This game was actually fun, though. I did like it. That and Borderlands 2 on the Vita. Like, that will make you want to barf. But yeah, it'll be cool to actually play this and not get motion sickness. So, GG's. The voice actress of Aerith has a 7K Patreon tier. Well, just give me $7,000 and I'll buy it to see what it is. I saw her with the 200 COD Infinite Warfare campaign. Uh-oh, but that's fine. I actually really like COD Infinite Warfare's campaign. It's one of the better Call of Duty campaigns, which is a shame because the multiplayer absolutely sucked. But yeah, the campaign to Infinite Warfare is fucking badass. It should be compared to Black Ops 6 when it arrives. It's like 3 to 4 hours next stream or whenever. Infinite Warfare is still my favorite. Yeah, I love that campaign. The campaign for Infinite Warfare is awesome. Like, the space battle missions in that are, like, top fucking tier. I think I beat that game on Veteran back in the day, actually. Actually, hold on, let me check. I'm pretty sure I did. I really liked the Infinite Warfare campaign. Like, it was genuinely enjoyable. I mean, Infinity Ward, until the new Modern Warfare games, has never made a bad campaign. Like, Ghost campaign was great. Obviously, the original Modern Warfare campaigns were great. But, dude, they really fucking lost their way with these, like, rebooted Modern Warfare games. Alright, let's see. I think I beat this on Veteran. Let's see. Yep, complete all single-player missions on Veteran. Only 0.5% of gamers unlock this. See that, guys? I'm in the top 0.5% of gamers. And y'all say I don't play video games. But yeah, I remember I beat this on Veteran back in the day. Yeah, it has a way better sci-fi campaign than Halo Infinite for sure. But yeah, this campaign was great, bro. I loved it back in the day.
I can't afford this shit!
Nah, I'm not even in the 1%, dude. I'm in the 0.5%. The 0.5%. Or I guess that wouldn't make sense because that would be 50%. Never mind. But yeah. I saw there with the 2. Do the side quest then as well. It's enjoyable. Alright. I think I did do the side quest, but I don't remember. But yeah, I'll buy it. I think... Does this game run okay on PC or not? I think I have it on PC. If not, I have it on console, obviously, but... Is this one of the CODs that's, like, completely fucked up on PC? Because Advanced Warfare is, like, literally unplayable. Alright, I'll try... Well, I'll just download it, and then... I'll download it on console, too, just in case. It's goated on PC? Alright, cool. I mean, as long as it's not, like, busted, because, like, the Advanced Warfare version of... Or I guess the PC version is completely broken. Like, it just does not work, which is unfortunate. Like, the cutscenes will run at, like, 15 frames per second and shit. I don't know. It's weird. But yeah, I'll go ahead and download it. Install, whatever. Alright. So yeah, we can probably do that tomorrow then. We will see if, you know, as long as it works right. But yeah, I'll download it on console just to be sure as well, too. But yeah, appreciate it, Icyler. Big ups, man. It's very kind of you. But yeah, I think I own it on Xbox, so digitally. If not, I can always go buy it. So I don't think it's that expensive nowadays. I can go just pick it up at GameStop. I'm sure they have plenty of copies of that shit laying around.
You're also under constant surveillance by your Android companion.
Yeah, I'll play it with keyboard and mouse on PC if I can.
Who applies disciplinary action, and you earn little bits of freedom as you clear more missions. Something worth noting here is that the remaster features expanded voice acting and an English dub. That includes the androids, which has been done pretty oddly. Android characters are voiced through a primitive text-to-speech style modulator that clearly mispronounces words.
Greetings, Sinner.
It's said to be intentional to add to the creepy dystopian vibe, but it comes off as rather tacky. Overall, it's a dark premise for sure, but it's goofy and satirical in a way that has only gotten more and more bleak as time has gone on. The story remains intact in the remaster, exactly as it was in the 2014 release, and that faithfulness extends to the gameplay mechanics, for better or worse. Aside from the control scheme being updated to make more sense for modern gamepads, the gameplay is pretty much one-to-one as I remember it. Lock-on targeting, third-person shooting, melee combos, the thorn system, all of that is unchanged. So if you thought it was janky back then, you'll definitely find it janky now. Don't come in expecting it to be streamlined or revamped to feel like a new release. However, there is a novelty to the way Freedom Wars experimented with unique mechanics and brought it all together in a fully-fledged action RPG on Vita.
Yeah, it definitely was jank.
While every character has a melee weapon for basic light and heavy attack combos and a firearm to take shots from a distance, it's the thorns that made Freedom Wars stand out. Thorns are akin to hook shots or Spider-Man's...
Griffin missing out on the Aerith voice actress playing through Final Fantasy games on her YouTube channel. Well, is she deleting the videos? Because I'm not missing out then. I can just watch them whenever.
Webs. You can attach these to enemies and slam them on the ground, or zip right onto them to get melee range. It's also the key to traversal, letting you reach high up places or quickly dart around the battlefield to stay nimble. Considering it feels a little sticky to use since it remains unchanged, it still works really well as an intuitive gameplay mechanic and a premier feature that made Freedom Wars a ton of fun to begin with. There's still a thrill to whipping around your thorn to help take down a beastly machine, but it serves other functions as means for utility on the battlefield, like setting up traps or throwing out area of effect heals for your party. It's not terribly complex, but there's a beauty in the simplicity, and I still got a kick out of it while playing this remaster.
You want to see something really cool?
Yeah, I do. Let me see it. Oh my god, bro, that's so cool.
Where else can we go?
This is the Honda Prologue. We can go anywhere we want.
Yeah, literally. What is Team
Because this is a faithful remaster.
Team Liquid Shits. Of all this of the 5 Infinite Warfare main characters played by a COD writer, Brian Bloom. And that's the game with the, I can't remember his name. Jon Snow from Game of Thrones in it. I don't remember the actor's name, but yeah, it's got Jon Snow in it, basically. If I remember correctly, that was the villain. Jon Snow.
I found the structure of operations, the instance missions that mainly drive the gameplay loop, to be somewhat repetitive. Even at Code 4 operations, which are several hours deep into the story, many of the maps and enemy types are reused. Different missions pop up to add variety, such as hostage rescues, wave-based encounters, or straight-up battles of attrition against hulking damage sponges that'll take 10 to 15 minutes to conquer. However, it tends to fall into routine after long sessions. Not that it absolves it of any shortcomings that were apparent.
Dude, I might buy this on the Switch.
Back in 2014, but the repetition was better suited as a handheld game played in shorter bursts. Freedom Wars doesn't necessarily evolve drastically as it goes on, but you're still upgrading weapons with materials you gather and earning new ones from mission to mission.
Although it
There's a
looks
decent
like it's only PlayStation, I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, they want me to buy a car, man. I'm not buying a car. I don't drive anywhere to need a new car. I only have 37,000 miles on my car, so I'm good.
Of weapon types to mess around with before settling on what works for you. The one quality of life change worth noting here is that weapon crafting and upgrades are streamlined to take the old randomized aspects out of the process. This aligns with crafting systems seen in modern games, and this was a deliberate decision according to the dev team. The biggest idea behind Freedom Wars was the persistent world aspect of panopticons. Players would join their own panopticons based on region, and the missions they take on would all contribute to its status, and you would be ranked against rival panopticons in perpetuity, as if it was this ongoing multiplayer competition without having to do direct PvP. That remains intact with the remaster. Traditional multiplayer and co-op was a major part of the original Freedom Wars 2, and it's also being preserved. Although I didn't get to try it out for the preview, the developer said that matchmaking has been revamped to reflect that of modern games, which should be a vast improvement over the original system. Part of me sees Freedom Wars Remastered more as a novelty. It's fundamentally the 2014 game with some quality of life necessities. It was a perfect fit for Sony's old handheld, and a blast to sink hours into, competing with other panopticons across your region and reducing your prison sentence in futility. I'm not sure if it's going to hit the same way it did 10 years ago, but I do believe this is a big win for preservation and making a cult classic much more accessible in a faithful form. Freedom Wars was pretty experimental for its time, and it tried new ideas that are great to see holding up relatively well. Even just constantly adding years to your sentence for minor infractions as you roam around your prison block was annoying, but it's a good goof that fed into the game's overall themes. Novelty or not, the developer stated that remastering the original game is the necessary first step in hopes of revitalizing the series. In conversations during the preview, they told me that they were able to come to an agreement with Sony regarding the license and partner up with Bandai Namco for this re-release. They've been looking for opportunities to release something related to Freedom Wars, maybe a sequel. However, they said it was very difficult to set up a team, but once they did, they decided to start by remastering the original game. Their hopes are for this to do well enough so they can take the next steps for looking into a potential sequel. And while they don't know if that's even possible yet, they have a ton of ideas they want to put into it. After playing it, it's pretty wild to see a Vita game remastered with many of its assets true to what they look like in original form. On PlayStation 5, Freedom Wars Remastered runs at 4K resolution and 60 frames per second, which is really nice, although it does create a sort of uncanny valley effect with character models, animations, and environments that haven't gotten a makeover. I also played a little bit of the Nintendo Switch version in handheld mode, and although it's considerably lower resolution and only ran at 30 frames per second, it's still very much playable, although it's disappointing to see a former Vita game struggle on Switch. While it's definitely not a technical...
Yeah, if it was 60, I actually would have bought it on the Switch, because, you know, nostalgia, but I'm not paying money for a 30 FPS game on Switch if I could just get it on PS5 and then play it on the Portal, so...
marvel by any measure, everything that made the original Vita classic either remains intact or has been touched up to mitigate frustrations that were present back in the day. You'll be able to start serving and working time off of your 1 million year sentence.
That's the thing, man. It makes it very hard to want to buy games on the Switch when they're also available on PS5, because like I have the Portal, and the Portal is like literally just like playing a PS5 but in handheld. So I don't really have a reason to get stuff on the Switch like this if it's on PS5, because even if I want to play it like in a handheld form factor, I could just do it on the Portal instead.
Sentence when Freedom Wars Remastered launches on January 10th, 2025 for PlayStation 4 and 5, PC through Steam, and Nintendo Switch.
Oh, no Xbox. Uh-oh.
For more on Freedom Wars Remastered, you can check out my full written preview on IGN.com with interview quotes from the developers, or peep the Freedom Wars Remastered reveal trailer. And for everything else in the world of gaming, stick with IGN.
They're advertising this a lot, man. Let's see. Hold on. I just want to see what the peak concurrent player count was. Final Fantasy 16 Steam charts. Let's see. How did it do? So all-time peak is 22,512, and currently there is 12,300 people. So it did all right. That's not bad. That's pretty good for a single-player game. Oh. So what? That's probably like 200,000 copies sold. Trump rally in New York was the biggest. Yeah, that shit was crazy, man. They had like 70,000 people try to come, and they only had space for 16. But yeah, I was watching some of it earlier, and that place was popping off, bro. He was kind of, you know, doing his shit tonight. I didn't get to finish watching it, but yeah, I got like 30 minutes into the rally, and he was doing really well, so the energy was definitely there. So, pretty cool. Oh, we're going to watch this Aerith video. Don't worry. We're definitely going to watch that. Actually, we probably should watch that next, because then Dreamcast guy will completely negate the entire point of it, but yeah. This is like, if you guys are on the fence on whether or not there's an actual difference, like this is pretty insane, honestly. There's a big fucking difference between the PS5 and PS5 Pro on this game.
Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is a highly acclaimed game, and often a very good looking one. Packing incredible character modeling, highly detailed open world environments, and beautiful particle-filled combat, the game certainly had some very strong visual highs. But the title was let down by poor image quality in its performance mode.
Look at that shit, bro. It's just blurry. That's the problem. So, and the PS5 Pro version looks insanely good.
Lower rendering resolutions and a blurry final result.
Like, look at that shit. See how like different that looks? So just keep this in mind, all right? This is what we're going from here.
Those issues have lingered since the game's release, but the upcoming PS5 Pro promises to greatly overhaul the game's
Look at that shit, bro. That shit looks crisp.
Early Pro footage released by Sony shows off 60 FPS gameplay with greatly improved, sharper looking rendering, providing a Final Fantasy VII Rebirth experience with far less
Look at the difference, dude. All right, like, come on. Are we going to pretend nobody sees a difference this time? That is dramatic, bro. That is insanely dramatic of a difference. So, yeah, last time when we were watching the Last of Us thing, like, I could see, like, YouTube compression maybe making it less noticeable. But, motherfucker, nobody can tell me with a straight fucking face that this does not look like a dramatic difference. That is insane.
So how does this new footage compare to the existing PS5 performance and graphics?
Like, look at that, bruh. That is a massive difference.
Graphics mode options. And can it sustain a stable 60 FPS, even with the additional visual detail?
Dude, that looks so good. Like I said previously when we watched footage of this is like the jump I saw between playing Destiny 2 on console and then switching to PC. Everything just looks so much more crisp and clear. Like, it's not even that the game necessarily looks like that much better. It's just it looks more crisp. I don't know. That's the best way to describe it.
Our 7-minute sample of FF7 Rebirth is an uninterrupted sequence that covers the beginning of Chapter 2, the first gameplay segment set in an open world space. The footage is unlabeled, but the one visual mode we are looking at is targeting 60 FPS, just like the PS5's performance mode. Our intro cutscene here shows off the impressive fidelity the PS5 Pro is capable of. It's delivering a crisp, sharp 4K image, a far cry from the blurry and imprecise 1080p like.
Dude. Look at that, bruh. Hold on. All right, are we going to pretend we don't see a difference now? Is there a difference now, guys? Can we all admit that this definitely looks significantly better? Or are we going to pretend like, there's no difference? Like, dude, this almost looks like PS4 versus PS5 type, comparisons. Like, that is a huge, huge jump.
Rendering featured on the base console at the same 60 FPS update. We can make out far more detail across the environment, especially in high-frequency texture detail and fine tufts of foliage. Skin textures really shine on Pro, with a specular sheen on Barrett here.
Like, bruh. I don't know, man. This is definitely a very, very big graphical jump. So, I don't know. But I think this is definitely going to shut up a lot of people if they actually watch the video. Now, granted, I had plenty of people in my community post going like, oh my god, bro, it looks the same. It's like, well, did you watch the video? No, I just looked at the thumbnail you post. So you looked at a thumbnail of a fucking YouTube video. It's like, dude, these guys are so disingenuous. Honestly. They're just hating to hate.
Revealing poor detail that was smeared before.
They're hating to hate.
Actually make out strands of hair on Tifa here, though of course the hair is still card-based, and dithering has been minimized relative to base PS5. Some
4K Tifa hair, dude. Hell yeah.
Some of the quirks of FF7 Rebirth's TAA resolve have been fixed, like how ghosting is no longer really an issue. Certain camera moves tended to cause ugly trails of duplicated detail, and I didn't notice it popping up nearly as much during this footage, though in some moments I did spot some more minor ghosting. Also, distant trees no longer appear oddly transparent and shimmery, and have a more solid, stable look on Pro. If we step into gameplay, which I've tried to match as best as possible here, the same advantages continue to be evident. FF7 Rebirth packs a lot of geometry into every
Dude, that's an insane jump.
Frame, boasting primitive shader-powered polygonal detail, and the PS5 Pro simply handles this much better than the base console. Ghosting on camera movement is much harder.
See, that's what I care about when it comes to games, man. I just want stuff to look crisp. Like, I don't necessarily need photorealism, but just make things look not blurry. I hate games that look blurry. So, dude, the fact that it looks this good at 60 FPS is a really good sign.
Harder to spot on the Pro as well. Combat frustrates the base machine a little bit, with blurry particle effects and poor image clarity producing a bit of a muddy look overall. PS5 Pro handles this scene impressively, much better than I was expecting, resolving crisp 4K-like detail even in relatively fast combat scenes. The motion blur also looks quite pristine and is relatively artifact-free. Particle effects look generally good in motion, though some freeze frames reveal a slight chunkiness relative to the rest of the presentation. That's probably because Rebirth appears to be using PSSR, or PlayStation Spectral Super Resolution, which is
Penis.
Sony's new machine learning-based upsampling solution exclusive to PS5 Pro consoles. PS5 Pro packs a substantial increase in
Yeah,
GPU
it's just DLSS, but with a different branding.
grunt, but the cost of native 4K rendering would likely overwhelm the enhanced console. Instead, Square Enix has opted for this upsampling solution, taking the game from an average internal resolution of roughly 1152p or 1224p in my counts to a 4K final resolve.
Yeah, bro,
I got
look at that. Hold on.
counts.
I mean, like, dude. Look at all that shit around her arm compared, like, man, I don't know. This is almost like the comparison of PS3 versus PS Vita, or I guess PS4 versus Vita would be the better comparison. Like, dude, that's an insane jump. Like, look, these basically just look round, and you can actually see the pedals and everything. I don't know, man. That's pretty good.
As low as 1080p and as high as 1296p.
I'm
Both
excited for the 5th playthrough. Let's just put it that way. I already know what the first game is I'm downloading on that PS5 Pro when I get it. Is Peak Birth. And I will begin my 5th playthrough of the game.
If we were able to get our own capture here, we might be able to see some greater variability. That's very similar to the resolution range of the base game, which hit comparable resolution figures in its performance mode. The difference here is on PS5, the game didn't use any form of temporal upsampling, instead taking that final rendered image and simply upscaling it, perhaps using a bilinear or bicubic upscaling solution. The game's final resolve also appeared oddly soft, lacking detail relative to some other games
dude, that's crazy.
with similar resolution.
The Aerith screenshots are going to go even harder now.
Square Enix also offered a performance sharp mode, which used a different...
Bro, that's what I'm saying. They should have shown this game off. I've been saying that since they first announced the fucking thing. Exactly, but I'm guessing Square Enix didn't want their game being shown off as like, oh, look how bad it looks, and look how good it looks now, so I can kind of see it, but yeah.
Different upscaling method that produced sharper results, albeit with some additional blockiness. Preferences here are a matter of personal taste,
I can understand
but neither
why they
option
didn't
offered
want
the
it shown,
kind of image clarity that most other 60 FPS games on consoles are capable of delivering. The enhanced GPU capability and machine learning acceleration in PS5 Pro enables Square Enix to hit greatly improved image quality metrics, with the game now genuinely looking like a title rendered at a much higher resolution. At least some elements of the post-processing though, like the motion blur, appear to be rendered at a full 4K here, which helps to keep the game looking clean in animation-packed moments like fast combat. Outside of the image quality boost, the visual outcomes are a little more mixed. As far as I can tell, key underlying visual settings appear to be a match for the PS5 code. Shadow resolution, for instance, appears very similar, with very sharp detail at extreme close ranges, but greatly lowered resolution everywhere else. Foliage pop-in occurs at...
You need to buy the Aerith doll and music box. I have the music box. I have 2 of the music box pre-ordered. So, yeah, I have 2 of those. They were $600 if you ordered them in Japanese, like yen, from Japanese retailers, or they're $1,000 in the US, so... All the Japanese pre-orders sold out, so I've already made $400 on each of them that I ordered. But yeah, I'm going to keep one for myself and probably sell the other. But the original release of the Aerith music box is worth like 10 bands, bro. It's extremely expensive. I can't afford this shit! Let's see. Fluffle Nugget with the 2. So many disingenuous takes for the PS5 Pro. It's lame. Yeah, it's just the internet at this point. I don't know, man. I don't know. I just, like, I can't understand being pissed off how somebody spends their money. Like, that's the part that drives me insane. It's like, bro, you're literally just a fucking loser. Like, honestly. He who has no money worries how other people spend theirs. I should put that on a fucking shirt, bro. I don't know, man. It's just, it's a mental illness, pretty much. And Tony Esquire with the 5. The only criticism I had was no HD and stand for 700. Still getting one though, scalped or not. I'm not going to get it scalped, but yeah, I wouldn't buy it scalped, bro. Just wait until you can get it for retail. But I'm going to buy as many of them as I can to scalp. That's for sure. But apparently, so I read this online, you don't need the stand. So apparently, even if you want to stand the console up, you don't need the stand. FYI, the stand is not even necessary, apparently. You can stand it up without the stand, from what I heard. I don't know if anyone has a PS5 Slim and can confirm that or not, but apparently the stand is not required, even if you want to put it up vertically. So, I don't think you need to buy that. But yeah, they should have put it in the fucking box, man. Like how, I think the PS4 came with a stand in the box. Maybe not, actually. I don't actually remember. I forgot if I bought the stand separately or not. But I definitely had a stand for my PS4. And then also... Yeah, I think that was it, right? But yeah, they should have put it in. I don't know. That's just like so fucking cheap. It's like $2 worth of plastic. But they're taking the Apple approach. You know, oh, you can just buy the charger separate because environment and that type of shit.
At the same spots in my matched footage as well, suggesting there's been no change to that setting.
Yeah, I have my PS5 horizontal, so I think I don't need the stand, but I bought it anyway.
Pop-in was annoying on PS5 already, and it's more apparent at this higher resolution. Plus, textures appear very similar, with the same occasional bits of low-res art popping up in this gameplay. Some deeper concerns I have with the game's lighting also seem to have gone unaddressed. Foliage often looks quite good, but smaller bits of vegetation aren't effectively grounded with shadows, either with shadow maps, screen space shadows, or something more far-flung like an RT technique, so they don't have a very natural appearance.
Dude, I just can't wait to replay this.
I didn't see any evidence that the game's indirectly...
I really want to replay this in like the higher frame rate fidelity mode. Like that just sounds nice. Cause like, dude, I switched it from performance to quality mode after I beat it the first time. Cause I wanted to see what it actually looked like at like, you know, the maximum graphics, and it's like dramatically different. So if you're getting visuals that are on par or slightly better with the visual mode of the base PS5 at 60, that's an absolute dub, man. Yeah, dude, I can't wait for the 5th playthrough. Dude, I don't know why y'all think I can, but I like genuinely love this game. This is by far one of my favorite games I've ever played. So, Rebirth just hits, bro. I don't know what it is, but just everything about this game I love. So, deal with it.
Has been improved either, though to be fair, the quality of the GI was less of a concern in these directly lit open spaces. We don't have any footage of areas where the indirect lighting was more questionable, like in artificial city spaces. That's maybe a bit too much of an ask though, given the game's vintage at this point, and the fact that using PSSR to reach 4K 60-like rendering on PS5 Pro seems to take up much of the extra grunt available.
Rebirth hits just like an ice-cold Pepsi? Yeah, exactly, man.
On the console. We find similar results in the preliminary footage from games like Spider-Man 2 and The Last of Us Part 2, which run at similar or identical base resolutions to their PS5 counterparts in their 60 FPS modes. PSSR upscaling carries a significant frame time cost, as does using full resolution post-processing, which isn't mandated for every game, but is suggested as a best practice by Sony. Obviously though, the visual results are what matters, and there the PS5 Pro handily bests the OG PS5 console. Comparisons to the PS5's performance modes are promising, but perhaps somewhat flattering for the much more capable Pro hardware. So what about the base console's graphics mode? This mode targeted 30 FPS and typically rendered at, or close to, a full 4K resolution, with Unreal's TAA used to clean up the image.
Yeah, but why the fuck would you want to play the game at 30 FPS with a similar visual fidelity when you could play it at 60? So that's kind of a dumb comparison. Like, why are we comparing a 60 FPS mode with a 30 FPS mode? Like, if the Pro has a 30 FPS mode, then sure, compare that. But you don't compare performance with a quality mode. I don't know. But whatever.
Rebirth on Pro is delivering a comparable image overall, I'd say, though there are some
Yeah, dude, look how choppy that shit looks now.
differences. In the opening cutscene, the same issue with the distant trees pops up again with the base console footage, while the Pro delivers a more realistic result. The screen space reflections don't look that great in either view, but I'd probably say the Pro offers a slightly better result here. Ghosting is also less of an issue on the Pro. In terms of actual rendered detail, the Pro often actually exceeds the base model, despite its much lower resolution.
Shit. But yeah, I don't really know why we're comparing a 60 versus 30 FPS mode. That's kind of dumb. I ignore 100% evidence of woke and rebirth. Dude, black NPCs is not woke to me. Sorry. I don't care. So if you think that's woke, that's fine. I don't. So you're not going to gain any grounds telling me, oh my god, dude, there's black NPCs in Rebirth. It's like, alright, cool. What do you want me to do about it?
Just look at how crisp Barrett's skin texture is now, or how incredibly fine fur detail on Red 13 is resolved with outstanding sharpness. The graphics mode on PS5 looks good, but the image resolve is a little bit soft given the high internal resolution. But there are some slight pain points on Pro. Tifa's hair is quite stable on PS5 here, while the Pro suffers from some odd shimmering, and
Dog, nobody is going to pay attention to that.
some slightly strange swimming.
What the fuck's wrong with it? Do y'all see anything wrong with the hair? I don't even know what he's talking about.
While the Pro suffers from some odd shimmering, and
what?
and some
I don't know,
slightly
man.
strange swimming.
Her hair looks more gray in this screenshot than this one, so I guess, I don't know.
Artifacts that can be typical of machine learning upscaling on these hair cards. It's a bit of a trade-off then. More detail in exchange for less temporal consistency. We also see some artifacts on the back of Barrett's vest in one shot of the opening cutscene. The texture detail here is distorted and doesn't render with the same detail as on base PS5, though in other shots, the vest looks fine. Areas with a more subtle depth of field effect don't render correctly either, which is very likely an artifact of the upscaling process. PSSR also seems to have a tendency to blur together foliage during camera motion. I imagine it's not very noticeable during typical gameplay and could easily be obscured by motion blur or a slightly laggy television panel, but it is noticeable in stopped or slow motion here. But the graphics mode on PS5...
Yeah, he ignores it, called it? I don't think you said anything, Claus. Yeah, you didn't send anything. Here, look. So you know I'm not lying. Look, Griffin 100% ignores the evidence of woke and rebirth. What else have you said since then? Yeah, he ignores it, called it. What the fuck am I ignoring? You didn't send anything. So... what the fuck am I ignoring, bro? You can see right here, there's nothing to ignore, but, you know, go ahead. Divide and conquer. That's what your people do.
Isn't exactly perfect either, presenting foliage with a bit of a dithery look when the camera isn't quite still. Combat looks good on both machines, though the 30 FPS update on the base console looks a bit choppy because of its lack of camera motion blur. I'd really prefer camera-based motion blur was added to the game, and its absence is especially felt in the graphics mode. Both machines look fine here with a similar enough rendition of particles and basically identical object-based motion blur. Probably the biggest issue here though is that the PS5 Pro just isn't that temporally stable relative to the base machine in its graphics.
I don't even know what that means. What does temporally stable mean, guys? Educate me. Motion blur is ass? Yeah. Digital Foundry likes motion blur, which I will never understand. I don't know. Fuck, I'm a game. Yeah, exactly. I have no idea what half these, like, ambient occlusion and fucking all that shit, like, no clue.
Mode. In shots with fairly minimal camera movement, it's pretty easy to find quite a bit of breakup in the image, at least relative to the graphics mode. The image stability overall is more similar to the old performance mode. I don't think this is anything like a deal breaker here, but the general instability of the image is the biggest sticking point if you are measuring it up against its full-res PS5 counterpart. Here, solutions like DLSS and XeSS typically deliver more temporally stable results. The brief snippets of Ratchet and
Alright,
Clank
let me look this up. I don't even know what the fuck that even means. Alright, temporal... Oh, I already forgot what he said.
we have a
I just got Temporal Forces, which is a Pokemon set.
deliver more temporally stable results. SS and XeSS instability of the image. I don't think this is image stability overall is more image, at least relative to the graphic. It's pretty easy to find quite a bit of breakup in the image, at least relative to the graphics mode. The image stability overall is more similar to the old performance mode. I don't think this is anything like a deal breaker here.
I already forgot the term.
CSS typically deliver more temporally stable results. The brief snippets of Ratchet and Clank that we have appear to exhibit a similar problem, suggesting that this may be a characteristic weakness of the current version of PSSR. Overall, I think image quality...
Temporal stability. Alright, let's see. Refers to the stability of content and reports across time. I don't think that's what it does. I have no clue, bro.
Is similarly good between the two consoles, although they do look fairly different. The Pro...
Bro, that's way sharper.
Definitely gives you greater image detail, but it comes at the cost of more temporal instability. But
I don't even know what the fuck that's supposed to mean, but alright. Temporal stability, let's do graphics and see if that says anything. Nope, I'm just getting a bunch of science shit. I have no clue, bro. Half of these terms, they're just like, yeah, they go whoosh. No idea.
But the fact that we're getting comparable visuals,
like, bro, that just looks insane.
At twice the frame rate really speaks to the promise of PSSR and of the Pro more generally. This is basically
God, I just want to play it now. I want to play it now. I need this thing, dude.
Exactly as Mark Cerny claimed.
I need the 5th playthrough to happen.
The Pro provides the high quality graphics that the PS5 is capable of at 30 FPS.
Bro, I can't wait to see like all the gold saucer scenes and shit like that with all the like lights and everything. Bro, that's gonna look nice.
But at the higher frame rates that gamers typically prefer. That very effective use of PSSR here though does make you wonder a bit about the possibilities for mode selection on PS5 Pro. I think it would be perfectly sensible to only offer this 4K like 60 FPS mode on Pro consoles, but if Square Enix did ship a 30 FPS mode as well,
look at the hair. Look at the hair real quick. Watch that.
Mode on Pro consoles, but
watch, dude, look at her hair. So this is the graphics mode versus the 60 FPS mode. Just watch how much better the hair looks.
If Square Enix did ship a 30,
that's pretty dramatic. So I don't know what the fuck temporal whatever the fuck is, but that's a pretty big difference. Cause I hate when games do this shit where you get like the little fucking particle like edges and shit. I don't know what it's called, but yeah, whenever you get like those little fucking like translucent edges on objects in a video game, really pisses me off. So that's pretty big.
A 30 FPS mode as well, they'd probably have a fair bit of GPU time left over to
yeah, you can just see like the edges on the arm and everything.
Enhance the game's visual presentation, plus possibly some extra GPU time afforded by adopting PSSR there as well. Of course, Square Enix has likely...
That's TAA. What is TAA? Let's see. TAA. Graphics settings. Temporal anti-aliasing. Oh god, there's temporal again. Okay, so there we go.
Moved most of their focus towards FF7 Remake Part 3, and personally I hope they are devoting their technical attention towards switching to Unreal Engine 5. But there is at least the potential for something interesting here. even though scheduling and the limits of Unreal Engine 4 might set some relatively hard limits on what can be realistically achieved. The graphics mode does operate with similar underlying settings as the performance mode on PS5, so at least pop-in and shadow resolution could likely be improved for a potential 30 FPS Pro outing.
Your father knows about saving money. Everything I'm wearing, I've had since boot camp.
As a final note here, I wanted to take a look at performance. The PS5 in its performance mode generally ran at 60 FPS, but could suffer from occasional dips in especially heavy cutscenes or battle sequences. We do see a relatively minor drop in the opening cutscene here, and then a more significant decline later in the second fight sequence. Graphics mode suffers fewer dips, but does drop some frames in that second fight as well. PS5 Pro doesn't appear to suffer from the same issues. There are a couple of one-off dropped frames in the opening cutscene, either immediately following a camera cut or 2 frames after, but you would be very hard-pressed to notice in actual play. Elsewhere, the game is locked at 60 FPS, even in the second fight scene, which is quite demanding. It seems likely that the GPU was becoming overburdened with alpha before.
Yeah, 1 frame lost. It's over, man. Wrap it up, boys. Cancel the console.
But the Pro is fine here. Judging from the available footage, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth's PS5 Pro upgrade seems very effective. It's a lot like what we'd expect from some of the better Xbox One X upgrades, which took 1080p games often to a full 4K. The native resolution here is far lower, but the perceived resolution is right about there, if not even a bit better defined than some native 4K games with TAA. My only real concerns here, outside of some quibbles with the current version of PSSR, come down to the likelihood that Rebirth's lighting issues will go unaddressed. It's great to present vast seas of
If you can't get the servers to work on Space Marine, just quit to the title screen until it lets you matchmake. That's the only way to fix it. So that'll save you a lot of time.
To the player, but it's less great if that foliage doesn't sit naturally with the environment.
Like if you try to matchmake and it immediately doesn't start matchmaking, just exit to the title screen and then reboot the game. And then that will 9 times out of 10 solve the problem faster, because whenever you're matchmaking and you're not finding people, it will say like server connection lost, quit the title. So quitting the title basically resets your server connection.
Likewise, Rebirth's artwork often looks excellent, but without effective indirect lighting, some shots can appear somewhat basic. On the flip side, the game has some soaring visual highs, like its real-time cutscenes, and those seem to look pretty amazing on the Pro, with smooth frame rates married with impressive image detail. Realistically, squeezing this level
I'm gonna have to set this shit up on my TV.
of improvement out of the Pro console at this early stage feels like an impressive achievement, and perhaps a sign of greater things to come as developers get to grips with the Pro hardware. So if you've been waiting to play Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, it may be worth waiting a couple months longer, because PS5 Pro seems like the best place to play the Square Enix epic by a long shot. It's a remarkable visual turnaround. If you enjoyed this video, please like, subscribe, and press the bell for YouTube notifications. Check out the Patreon at digitalfoundry.net for exclusive and early access content.
But yeah, that looks really nice, man. Oh, don't worry, guys. We're going to get a very in-depth technical breakdown of what we just
What's
saw.
up, gamers?
Hey, Meta, take a photo.
What's up, gamers? Dreamcast Guy here, and today we're talking about the PlayStation 5 Pro, because we now have what are essentially the first actual official side-by-side comparisons as to how the best-looking PS5 game will now look on the Pro, and it's not very good.
I don't really think PS5's best-looking game is Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I think it's its best game, but it's definitely not the best-looking game on PS5.
Looking PS5 game will now look on the Pro, and it's not very good. But let's
Here we go.
Let's talk about this.
Oh my god. Here
Expensive
we go,
upgrade.
guys. Oh, look. He made another 4K video. I just noticed that. He made another 4K video where he forgot to resize his 720p recording to the proper frame size. There you go. Yeah, you have the black bar is returning, or I guess the black frame. Oh, God.
Great, because now that we actually have a direct scientific measurement, it's good to see that there is some changes, but let's discuss. Hi, hope you're having a great day, and if you could, please smash that like button and please subscribe. So this is Digital Foundry. Obviously, they are the king of counting pixels and doing analysis, and today they dropped a gigantic deep dive specifically about FF7 Rebirth. Now, we're going to go through their specially designed tools because they actually made all sorts of cool side-by-side stuff. We're going to zoom in on that, but keep in mind, this is truly the pinnacle of budget. And what I mean by that is that Sony worked together with Square Enix to make the most over-budget, ridiculously bloated, incredibly fun experience. If you haven't played it, Rebirth not only looks good and plays good, it's got a million mini-games, it's got a ton of stuff in it that completely blows your mind, but this side-by-side comparison, it's one of those things that I feel like people are immediately kind of confused about, because even if you actually zoom in on it, this is at best slightly...
And you see, this is just a completely disingenuous take. $700 for slightly better resolution. Wow. No, retard. You're getting double the frame rate and better resolution. It's just, I don't know, man. These guys are just super fucking disingenuous.
Better resolution, and this is the best example of it.
You get a better image quality than the fucking visual mode, and you get 60 FPS on top of that. So, I don't know, bro. It's just... Everyone on the internet is a fucking super genius nowadays, apparently. I don't know. Big-brained individuals. Neonverse animations with a 5. Hey, Griffin, I'm going to do what you... Wait. What you did, sell my 4070 Ti and get the 3090. I didn't sell my 4070 Ti. I never had a 40... I sold my 1080 Ti. I don't know, like, actually, I have no clue. Somebody else should answer this question, but is a 4070 Ti better than a 3090? I have no clue. But I'm going to sell my 4070 Ti and get the 3090, wait until 6, then hopefully get more powerful graphics card. Yeah, I don't know if I would do that, man. I wouldn't really downgrade a generator. 4070 Ti is better. I have no clue, honestly. It's one of those things where you got to Google it. Yeah, you should probably watch. I'm sure people have done like spec comparisons on it, but I have no idea, man. I don't know if that's a good or bad idea, personally. I couldn't tell you.
I follow a lot of the Digital Foundry guys on Twitter because honestly, I think these guys, their analysis is so interesting, whether it is examining frames and frame drops and comparisons to high-end PCs versus low-end stuff like the Xbox Series S. So it's interesting that they are saying of all the PS5 Pro patches, this one will be the most effective. This case is an odd one too because I have no idea why Square Enix decided to do no image upscaling on the OG PS5 version, meaning that not only does the Pro version look better, but in fact, technically, this looks better than even the best possible look that the original PS5 had. But let's actually take a look at the tool. So this is actually a really cool thing. So what I can do here is I can overlay images so we can actually click specific pictures and see how they look side by side. But I want to actually do this specifically where we can check out how they all look. This is PlayStation 5 on performance mode, which is 60 FPS. There's graphics mode, which is 30 FPS. And then this, which is the PS5 Pro, which is the full
Yeah, I mean, it's very clearly better on the Pro, even compared to graphics mode, so.
resolution. It's the full upscaling. It's everything. And additionally, it is a rock solid 60 FPS. At least that's the theory, right? Now, as soon as you look at it on a big screen, you can tell the original version of this especially looked pretty bad at times. I say this respectfully. Rebirth is one of my favorite games of the year, but I play everything on 60 FPS. In fact, now Sony has released numbers. 3/4 of players were playing on performance mode, which means that most people saw the open world being extremely blurry. Even this zoomed out, but as we actually zoom in on it, wow. So the PS5 Pro version is better than even graphics mode naturally, which is wild. I can also click specific pictures.
Wait, I thought it wasn't good. He started off the video saying this wasn't good. Now he's saying, wow, it looks so much better. Uh-oh.
And zoom in on it. Wow. I mean, the Pro version is definitely an improvement. I mean, undeniably, especially here where you can tell. Let's zoom in there. Wow. So yeah, it's a tiny step up. I mean, I'm wondering though, it does.
It's a tiny step up. Yeah, okay, bro. Absolutely. A tiny step up. Definitely.
It seems mostly like a resolution boost. God, man, wow. That is super bad.
Oh, wow, it's super bad. A tiny step up.
Performance mode, looking a bit rough here, especially in the side-by-side comparison, but I still feel like the biggest problem with the Pro, I am getting a little bit of pushback. I have seen some people saying they're mad that I'm not more excited about the Pro. My thing is the fact that
I don't care if you're excited about it, but you're like downplaying the number one appeal to it, and it's the higher visual fidelity, not just at the same frame rate, but at a higher frame rate. Like, everyone seems to be taking still images of the PS5 Pro and go, oh, I don't see a difference. It's like, yeah, retard, because the fucking difference is the frame rate. Like, duh. Of course you don't see a difference when the game has a fucking screenshot sitting in front of you. You're supposed to see it in motion. The entire selling point of the Pro is getting graphics mode quality visuals with performance mode frame rates. So it's just stupid to compare screenshots when the entire point of the Pro is to see it in motion. It's supposed to affect the gameplay experience. Not just, oh, does this screenshot look $700 better than this one? No, it's how the game feels while moving.
Anytime you have to zoom in with a microscope to see the improvements of a $700 console, that feels a little bit like a misfire, to be a failure. Like, if this is so expensive to get slightly better looking grass, in some parts of this...
He knows nothing about PC gaming, because that's literally the entire premise of PC gaming, is spending hundreds of dollars extra to get slightly better looking grass. Like, that's literally what the entire point of upgrading your hardware is on PC, is to get just that much better visuals compared to like a lower end GPU or whatever. Like, yes, this is the entire point of new gaming hardware, is to get slightly better visuals. You're not going to be getting a completely different game. The game is the same. It can only look better compared to other hardware. It's not going to look like an entirely new thing.
It seems like it's about a 5% improvement, but let's take a look at a
A 5% improvement. What does that even mean? What 5% are you talking about, Dreamcast guy? What 5% improvement are you looking at? 5%. What does that even mean? Can anybody let me know what the 5% is coming from? Because I don't know. 5%. I don't really know what percentage we're even talking about.
It seems like it's about a 5% improvement, but let's take a look at a face, right? All right, so this is Reg 13, one of the great characters of FF7. What is this? Yeah, I mean, undeniably, he does look better. Here he's slightly blurry. Here you can see most of his fur. Here you can see a lot of individual strands. You can see more of the interestingness of his eye tattoo. Or is that supposed to be an eye scar? So this is his tattoo. This is a scar.
Remember, guys, he's the biggest Final Fantasy VII fan. Oh, God.
Interestingness of his eye tattoo. Or is that supposed to be an eye scar? So this is his...
I don't know. What is it, Dreamcast guy? Number one Final Fantasy fan?
Tattoo. This is a scar. It looks better. I almost feel like the more we see of this, even when it's looking incredibly good...
Dude, I still think this is fucking hilarious. This is like gotta be the funniest shit ever, though. He thought he was making a 4K video, because he did this last time. Like, look, the video's rendered in 4K, right? But this video that he imported into his editing timeline was not recorded in 4K. So he recorded this video in, like, I think 720p is what he normally does, right? And what he did was try and stretch it into the editing timeline to be resized to 4K, but failed, as you can see, with these black bars going around the entire border of the video. So literally, he didn't even record the video in 4K. He instead just tried to stretch the resolution to be 4K because he doesn't understand how video quality works. But yeah, that's one of my favorite parts about these videos, is the fact that, like, he thought he was making a 4K YouTube video and didn't even record the actual video that he's rendering in 4K in the first place. Because if you record a 720p video and then put it into a 4K editing timeline, the video doesn't become 4K. Like, you just have a stretched out image. So, it's just... It's funny as shit, man. I don't know. It's just... It's quality. Absolute quality, man. Jesus. I saw her with the 5. I heard slander. Oh, is this one of the Chinese women? I saw the word short. I should have known. Oh my God. Bruh, this shit...
Like, let's zoom in on that. Like, I guess the weirdest part of the Pro is that it is such a tiny upgrade, you know? This is the best example of the power of the PlayStation 5 Pro, which is...
A tiny upgrade. Oh my God. Dude, you had... Alright. Let's see here.
Kind of tuned, I think.
Is this a tiny upgrade? But this is justifiable to buy a whole new console generation for, right?
For higher resolution and higher precision outputs. And you won't really...
This is worth buying a console for? See, this is what's so stupid. It's like, this is so obviously a bigger jump than this, which is supposed to be a generational leap. Like, people really just underestimate how little technology has improved over the past decade. Like, technology really has not improved at all in terms of graphics. Like, Are we really going to say that this is a generational leap? Compared to... Hold on, let's see. Where was it? Like, bro, what do you guys think is a bigger jump? This? Or this? Just looking at it very quickly. Is this a bigger jump? Or is this a bigger jump? So I just, like, people really don't understand that gaming hardware has been tapped out, man. Like, gaming hardware is tapped out. You know, we're only going to get, like, tiny little incremental upgrades from now on. Where it's like games will look slightly better, they'll run slightly better, and that's really it. So, I mean, I don't really think it's even a question of, like, you know, is this a generational leap? Fuck no. This looks more like a generational leap. And it's a mid-gen refresh. So I don't know, man. It's just a lot of disingenuous energy surrounding this right now because it's hot to hate on.
Said directly by the people.
This shit is not worth $700 if you already own a PS5. Well, if you already own a PS5, you're not paying $700 for it. Because you can trade in your PS5 for $400 and get it for $300. So, yeah. You wouldn't even be paying $700 for it.
A digital foundry, and even then is just such a tiny upgrade that you're also going to barely notice. Like, even if you are somebody that does...
Oh, definitely, man. I'm glad I picked up all that P. Diddy baby oil on discount so I can enjoy myself when Rebirth hits the PS5 Pro, man. You already know.
Actually have a big 4K TV like I have and stuff like that. The noticeability of this is going to take a freaking microscope. But...
Yes. Thank God that I'm equipped with a microscope, guys. Whew. That microscope is coming in clutch. I really needed that microscope to detect a difference here. Holy shit, man. This is crazy.
I guess the good news is that it does look better. I mean, undeniably, it does look better. I've heard this term of maximalist. I only heard this...
Bro, I just hate disingenuous people. Honestly, like, I don't really care what the topic is. I just hate disingenuous people. Like, just say you don't think it's worth the upgrade. That's fine. Don't lie and say, oh, you need a microscope to see a difference, dude. I can't even tell. Oh my God, that looks horrible. The next sentence. It's like insane, man. He's just rage bait. Yeah, exactly. It's the popular thing to hate, so people are going to pretend to hate it. And then this motherfucker is going to be the first guy to be in line to pre-order it. So it's just disingenuous. Just say you don't think it's worth the price. Don't lie about what it is. That's fine. You don't have to think it's worth the price. You don't have to buy it. You don't have to want it. But I don't understand misrepresenting shit. That's the thing, man. Yeah, it's like the Activision Blizzard stuff. All those fucking retards completely misrepresenting the sexual assault allegations. Like, I don't know, dude. I just don't care what it is. Like, I just don't like disingenuous people. And disingenuous takes are obnoxious. So, yeah, this is a disingenuous take. He is deliberately lying. Because in the same fucking video, he's like, wow, that looks horrible. And then goes, yeah, you need a microscope to notice the difference. Yeah, no. You don't need a microscope, dog. This is a massive difference. This is a bigger jump than PS4 to PS5. Like, bro, PS4, PS5. PS5, PS5 Pro. Come on, dude. Yeah, but microscope necessary.
Recently, and I liked it, but there are people that are minimalists, that if they go to the gym, they do the quickest workout, they get in, they get out, they never get...
That's not what a minimalist... What? Oh my god, bro. What? Yes, I'm a minimalist, guys. When I go to the gym, I get in and get out. That's not what a minimalist is. Oh my god. What in the fuck is this video, dude?
Gain any new muscle, they plateau in strength, whereas the maximalist is eating the right calories, is getting their protein, is training to failure, stuff like that. I feel like...
Oh my god. What is he talking about? Are you talking about people who are trying to, you know, do maintenance exercise? That's not minimalism. That's called maintenance. Oh, he doesn't know what fucking, like, a maintenance exercise is. A maintenance exercise is when you go in and just exercise your muscles so that you maintain you maintain your current, like, you know, muscle density or whatever the fuck you want to call it. But yeah, that's not called being a minimalist. That's called just going in for, like, maintenance. You're maintaining the current state of your muscles, so you just go and hit the key areas so that your muscles don't shrink. Oh my god, bro. This is wild.
Like, this is a maximalist mindset upgrade, which is that it is specifically for people that are looking for the most ridiculously good graphics. Even
it's called the Pro. Did you not figure that out?
Even if it is very, very prohibitively expensive. God, I think this looks so good, but the game already looked good.
It looks so good. Bro, a 5% difference, man. 5%. A 5% difference. Like, oh, it looks so good.
Good.
You could just tell he's lying to himself in real time, man. It's sad, honestly.
Take a look. They also have this other tool here. Launch comparison tool. I don't really get it, you know? I feel like I am the target demographic. I play a lot on PlayStation.
Obviously not, because you have no fucking clue what you're talking about.
I buy every PlayStation exclusive. I review every PlayStation exclusive. I have a high-def TV. I've got multiple controllers. I am the person that assumedly would be the most excited about this. I love tech. And I especially love PlayStation stuff. I bought all sorts of doodads, even if I end up barely using them, like the PlayStation Portable, or the PlayStation Portal. I am confused as to who this is for. I'm curious of the sale.
Who this is for? People who want better performance than their base PS5. Wow, that took a fucking college degree to figure out, I guess.
Numbers. The more we actually see technical breakdowns of it.
Yeah, dude, I'm getting all hot and bothered right now.
The more I feel like it convinces me that nobody's going to buy this, you know?
Yeah, just like Black Ops 6 is going to be the worst selling Call of Duty of all time.
I feel like this is a product for no one. And I find that fascinating because, honestly, I feel like Sony is pretty good about testing stuff, about figuring out if there's a market. I mean, the amount of millions of dollars that went into research and development, along with, of course, building these designs, actually testing this out, mass producing it in warehouses and shipping it to retailers. This seems like such a huge, huge task for what is essentially a 5% upgrade in
oh my god,
resolution.
A 5% upgrade in resolution, dude.
It's
he knows nothing about technology if he actually thinks that's genuinely true.
I'm not sure how I feel about it, but what do you guys feel about
that? Is not a 5% difference. Holy shit, man.
The PlayStation 5 Pro. I've really...
Griffin got butterflies in his stomach every time Aerith appears. That's right. My heart starts beating faster.
Been enjoying talking about it, so I appreciate the fact that a lot of these videos have been blowing up so much, all the new subscribers and stuff like that. But hopefully this is better than it looks. But the more we see of it, the more...
There's the motivation, guys. I'm getting a bunch of new views, new subscribers. Yep, there we go.
The more impressions we have of it, the more I'm kind of just a bit lost. But how do you guys feel? Tell me your thoughts in the comments down below. And if you could, please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. And please keep dreaming.
Thanks so much for watching that video. If you want to see something else, you can always click this link to see what I put up last, or, you know, subscribe and see what's coming up next.
Yeah, he's scared of getting backlash, and at the same time, he wants to keep making all that money shitting on it, basically. So, you know. That's how it goes, bro. But I don't know, man. You don't have to buy the PS5 Pro. That's the stupid thing. It's like nobody's out here saying, like, you gotta buy it, dude. But I don't understand lying. Like, I really don't. Don't buy it then. It's like people who say, oh, well, the iPhone's the exact same thing every year. No, it's not. You may not think it's worth the upgrade, but it's not the exact same thing. There's just no point in lying. I don't get it, personally. Just don't buy it. Nobody's making you buy it. Oh, he's going to be, like, lined up at GameStop the night before pre-orders go live. Like, dude, this guy is the biggest fucking liar when it comes to that type of shit. What am I giving you?
Gaming.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. It is what it is. It's just, it's funny. This is interesting to see. I mean, it's basically like what the Android crowd does every single year with the iPhone, and then the iPhone sells incredibly well regardless. So it's kind of funny to see in real time. You're allowed to buy a PC and build it yourself, install a bunch of programs and tweaks. You're also allowed to buy a PS5 Pro and turn it on normal. I don't know. Choice is a bad thing to these people. It's funny. But dude, that was a fucking shit video. Jesus. Like literally he goes, oh my god, that looks horrible. It's like a 5% difference. Like really? 5%, something looks great, and then something looks horrible. Yeah, that's about 5%, dude. Yeah, 5%, guys. What fucking world are we living in nowadays? Dear Lord. This is a 5% upgrade. Yikes. If it was a different game, would you care this much? Well, I was defending the Last of Us demo last time, so yeah. I don't really... Probably. I don't really care what the game is. If you're, like, willfully, you know, blinding yourselves to, like, noticeable changes because you don't like something, then yeah. Jay's 2 cents already built a PC that outperforms this garbage. And let's see. How many used parts did he use? Jay-Z.
My galaxy is the home of the most epic story ever told. But then I found the cornerstone, and everything changed.
So the PS5...
Alright, let's see. Does he just have like a spec list? Because I don't really want to watch him build it. Oh my god, this looks boring. Alright, hold on. Is that it? Is there like a list of the shit that he used? Guess not. I guess this part. Alright. We'll just go through it quickly. Let's see. 2...
we can really get here. The other reason why they can do it at $700 is the fact that because they have one PCB that everything gets put on is what makes it even close to being affordable for them to do, because they're not having to buy completed components from manufacturers individually, which is what we're having to do here. We have to buy completed CPU, which is the die and the substrate and the pins and the whole mechanism, right? We have to buy the motherboard, again, which is another company that bring the cost of tool and manufacture the motherboard. Same thing with the SSD, same thing with the graphics card, the power supply, the case. Every single one of those companies need their profit built into the pricing. So that's why Sony can even come close to doing it for, I think, break-even price at this point. Sony's been known to take hits on the cost of consoles because they make money on the game sales. That's where they want to make their money, but I think Sony now is like, you know, we're done losing money on consoles, let's at least try and break even, which is what the $700 price point is more than likely doing. If they can get that from less suppliers, there's more room for profit for the suppliers, which means better deals for Sony. So I want to put that discussion out there real quick, because there's so much ignorant discussion taking place online of people that just have no fucking clue how it works, trying to spew out garbage as fact. So we're just going to go ahead and... No, I didn't stop anyone from saying anything, but I feel better for saying it. I have just sorted the bundles by lowest price first. And this is why we're going to go with this. An Intel system. Wait, before you start typing, oh my god, Jay's an Intel shell. It's a 12th gen. 12th gen's fine, okay? Side motherboard, which is overkill. I would have loved to be able to save more money on G-Skill Ripjaw's memory. So it's actually to this real quick. Let's see what it costs on Amazon. $140. Even their online bundle from Micro Center on Amazon is more expensive than the bundle you get in store, and it doesn't include RAM. So you can see why I say there's an asterisk, because unless you live near one of their, and they're like, no, that's pretty. And they did. RAM, we saved $5 on the RAM. We went from $39 to $34. It's DDR4 3200. So this is where we're sort of like hurting ourselves a little bit here, is because of the fact that we are being reduced to DDR4, and it's the only way it's going to be affordable. So that's the downside, because of the fact that, remember, Intel 1700, LGA 1700 boards can be DDR4 or DDR4.
So already the RAM is a downgrade. All right.
Before we go to the video card, we need to get some other stuff in our cart to see what we're left with for graphics. So for instance, if I sort our M.2s by the lowest price, we cannot do a 2TB drive and still be at the $700 budget. We cannot do that. That's impossible.
So you can't do a 2TB drive. So he's not... All right. Right off the bat, he's not matching it. And he's not matching the speed of the SSD or any of that bullshit. Because if people want to do this fucking nickel-dime garbage where it's like, oh, well, if you build the PC, then it's like technically 3 cents cheaper, dude. Like, yeah, no, then I'm going to be autistic about the stupid details, too.
So we're going to have to stick to a 1TB drive and really lean on the fact that we can upgrade it in the future. Yes, so can the PS5 and PS5 PRO more likely, but this is just, unfortunately, the drawbacks of building a PC and each one of these companies having to bake in profit in an individual part basis means that we have to be sticking with a 1TB drive. I want to go Gen 3. I want to take advantage of some of the faster drive speed.
So, yeah, exact. He just admitted that it's not possible. Done. We're done. Thank you. All right. We're finished with that. Moving on. This is why the whole part... Dude... The PC versus PS5 Pro comparison is so fucking stupid. Stop trying to build a PC to match a console. Build a PC to kick a console's ass. Stop. I don't understand why you want to fucking buy a PC that has the same performance as a console. Go buy a PC that kicks a console's ass. That's the entire point. I don't know, like, why are we trying to match console performance with a PC? Go get a PC that makes consoles feel obsolete. Otherwise, it's stupid. I don't know, man. That's never made sense to me. Why would you want a PC that performs on par with a console? The entire point of PC is to outperform consoles. The entire point is Coomer mods. Well, you need a powerful system to load all those Coomer mods in the first place, man, with extra fucking oil, skin, you know, texture, whatever. I don't know. I don't use Coomer mods. I don't mod at all. But yeah, You need it for the fucking oiled skin, you know, super ray tracing resolution and all that type of crap. There you go. Do you want extra reflective ass cheeks? Then you're going to need a more powerful PC. $50 shades of labia. There you go, man. Alright, well, if you're going to spurg in the chat and just spam shit, then you can cool down a little bit, bro. Another thing to take into consideration is how long that PC will last. Consoles are built. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is PC hardware gets outdated much faster than consoles, so. Much faster, especially with new games. That's the whole thing that just doesn't make any sense, man. Why are you buying a PC to match console? Just buy the console at that point. It's stupid. Like, actually get a PC that kicks the fucking console's ass. Like, 2 times over. I don't get it, man. I don't. It's weird. Weird, dude. But yeah. Dang, no low tier God speech. No, he's just spamming fucking the same shit over and over again. Like, better performance, better performance, better performance, better performance. Like, yeah, nobody cares, dog. Go take your tism pills, calm down, and then chat like a normal person. Yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to getting my new computer, but the 5090 needs to come out. The 5090 needs to come out, man. I don't want to buy a 4090. But, yeah. Because I definitely need a new computer. So. This bitch is getting old. The old 3090 is a relic from a different era. So. We got to get rid of this thing. I don't know what I'm going to do with it, but. I don't know. I may convert it into a streaming PC, but we'll see. Yeah, like, this thing's old, bro. It's got, what, 9900K. It's only got, I think, 64 gigs of RAM. And then, hopefully I'll be able to just move my hard drives over. I didn't think about that. Hopefully that's not hard. But yeah, it's time to go, man. 3090's outdated. 9900K is outdated. This old girl needs to go to the swamp.
I can't afford this
basically.
shit.
Let's see. So Neonverse animations with the 5. I know, stupid, but I'm like you. I like the more powerful. I've always wanted a 3090 or 4090. But 4090 is very expensive, where I can get a 3090 for like 700 pounds. Yeah, just make sure you're not downgrading. I have no idea what the difference between a 4070 Ti and a 3090 is. So just don't like get a worse GPU, because that would be kind of dumb. I wouldn't bother like downgrading. So just make sure you go watch like some, I guess, benchmarks or whatever. I have no clue. I don't really. The thing is, it's like with PC stuff, I only pay attention to the 90 series because that's all I'd buy at this point. So I don't really know anything about the lesser cards personally. So I don't really know how to help you on that one, man. I settled with the 5 for the dude that just got banned. All right.
Well, pardon me, young man, and excuse the shit out of my goddamn French, but did you just threaten me?
Or you could just say.
Skip it up, the fucking loser faggot.
Oh my god. But yeah, whenever the 5090 comes out is when I'm probably going to buy my new PC. So then I could do a video on it and say unboxing my new budget build. And really piss off people. Because, dude, I remember, like, every time I'd talk about I was buying my 3090, people are like, you're ruining the GPU market. It's like, good. I hope they raise the price by double. Double the prices. I don't care. Like, bro, I had no sympathy for people like that. Griffin flexing on the broke peasants as usual. Like, bro, that's the thing is, like, I'm actual PC master race when it comes to my computers. Like, shit, man. I don't buy that shit to go, oh, well, you know, it matches the console. Like, nah, I want it to fucking take the console and rape it to death. That's the whole point. Get an AMD. I may get an AMD CPU, possibly. But I don't know. I haven't decided if I want to do that yet. But yeah, dude, that's like my whole mentality on PC is like it should fucking curb stomp the consoles. It shouldn't be coming close to it. Like, you should be taking the consoles out back and beating them to a pulp. What's the fucking point otherwise? I don't know, man. It's just kind of stupid. What the fuck is a GPU market? Basically, they think that if I, an individual, purchase a 4090 or 5090 or whatever it might be at full retail price, I alone am encouraging NVIDIA to raise the price of every single GPU, when in reality, it's the enterprise customers, like your Microsofts and, you know, Apples and all these other, like, companies that purchase mass amounts of GPUs and CPUs for their server facilities, that are actually driving up the price of these cards. The consumer market for any computer component, like, pales in comparison to the enterprise, you know, customer numbers. So the higher prices are already set before the cards are even announced because they have 1 million on order from, like, every single major data center or, you know, server farm or whatever, or the OEMs for, like, custom PCs and everything. So the market doesn't get to decide GPU prices unless you're an enterprise customer that orders millions of these things. Otherwise, NVIDIA quite literally could not give a fuck. So it's just dumb, man. But yeah, I got backlash for spending money on a PC. Imagine that. Just like I got backlash for spending money on a PS5 Pro. Imagine that. So there's a very common trend, guys, and this is what you'll identify, and it'll make you just, you know, be at peace with the world, is no matter what you spend your money on, someone on the internet will be pissed off about it. Essentially. It's funny. It doesn't matter what it is. It could literally be the most harmless fucking thing. Somebody like, that's a waste of money, dude. You're a piece of shit. It's like, okay, bro. Whatever you say. You know, you're a dumbass if you buy the 3090. You're a dumbass if you buy the 4090. You're a dumbass if you buy a new iPhone. You're a dumbass if you buy the PS5. You're a dumbass if you buy the PS5 Pro. You're a dumbass if you buy a Steam Deck. Remember that one? $700 for a Steam Deck is too expensive. Oh, wow, look. It came out, and now everybody loves it. Where's that same... Like, bro, I better not see a singular motherfucker with an $800 ROG Ally pretending the PS5 Pro is too expensive. Bruh, that is peak irony. If you're spending $800 on a ROG Ally and you're all of a sudden hopping on your soapbox about how expensive The PS5 Pro is, like, nah, you are not to be taken seriously. Like, come on, bro. Oh my god. It's funny to me. It really is. Ah, dude. That's right, dude. It's got Windows on it. Ooh. Oh my god. It makes it all worthwhile now. You're right. But yeah, it's funny, man. I don't know. Bunch of pocket watching losers upset that you're spending your money on the stuff you like. Griffin's scalping arc? Oh, yeah, dude, definitely. I'm going to scalp as many of those PS5 Pros as I can, man. Absolutely. I will buy as many PS5 Pros as possible and then try to flip them, so... Frit making a video on you about PS5 Pro? Oh no, dude. Wow. How will I sleep tonight? Oh wait, it's already in the morning. But yeah. Damn. Oh no. How many has he made on me at this point? I don't even know. I don't watch him, to be honest, guys. The whole fanboy console shit's boring to me at this point. Like, I don't know. That type of content's just kind of meh. Like, what's he gonna say? Like, oh my god, bro, he's gonna buy it? Yeah. I'm gonna buy it. I don't know. Like, it's just stupid. There's no... I don't know, man. It's just interesting. PS6 video? What? The PS6 video or the LTT? What's the L? Oh, Linus Tech Tips? Why is he making a PS6 video? Ugh. LTG sometimes calls his fans disciples ROGs, which substitutes for the N. So they're definitely ROG allies. What the fuck? I don't know. That's some deep lore, bro. This. They're already making the PS6? Yeah. Wow, they're doing their job. Why are people surprised by that? Like, do people really think the hardware divisions of these companies only work 1 year every decade? Like, of course they're working on the PS6. That's their job. I don't know, dude. It's just, it is funny, like, how, like, just ill-informed a lot of people are nowadays. I don't know, man. Shit's fucking stupid. Consoles are better. I don't think consoles have ever come out every 10 years. 7 to 8 years is about the norm, I believe. I don't think 10 years has been any generation. Has it? The PlayStation 12? Yeah, that would be something crazy, dude. PlayStation 7 leaked information. There you go. There's your clickbait, guys. PlayStation 7 leaked info. Griffin shambles? That's right, man. No, I'm just putting off having to fucking watch Trans Sterling, but yeah. I really don't want to watch him. Ugh. PlayStation 8 worst console. I agree, man. Fuck that console. Ugh. Let's see. I'll definitely put this on 2x. Yeah, U Generation loves his trans. Ryan Miller with the 5. Did you hear about JD Vance destroying Dana Bash in the latest interview? And I fucking laughed my ass off when he called her out on her hypocrisy. Yeah, I saw that. The thing is, bro, it's like these CNN people are stupid for the most part. But yeah, I think JD was actually a good pick. Overall, he's done a very good job with interviews and everything. And he's much more well-tempered than Trump and can stay on topic better. So I think he's a good, I guess, point of stability for the campaign in that regard. Because Trump, God bless him, but the dude cannot stay on topic to save his fucking life. Brandino with the 10. Griffin, when should I trade my base PS5 and GameStop for the Pro? When you get a pre-order or when they're readily available. I need to finish the Yuffie DLC. I bought Rebirth earlier but haven't played because of work. Yeah, just like if you know for a fact you have a pre-order, that's when I would do it. I mean, the day that pre-orders start, what you could do is just go into GameStop. I think they start on the 10th for retailers. So if you went on the 10th, pre-ordered the console, then, you would know that you have it secured. And then I guess you could just go like a week or two without it if you wanted to trade it in ahead of time to pay it off. Or you could just always bring it the day that you trade in when you go to pick up. So, yeah, just trade it in the day you pick it up from GameStop if you wanted to do that. But there's no really, best answer on that one. I have no clue. Tony Esquire with the 5. My buddy said the PS5 Pro was overpriced at $700, and then moments later he answered a call with his iPhone 15, or 14 Plus. That's an $800 phone. Yeah, it all just comes down to what you assign value to, man. I mean, that's it. Whether you want to spend $700 or not is fine. That's not even the point here. It's I don't understand the anger and the misrepresentation and the lies about something. Just because you don't see value in something does not mean you need to, one, lie about it or get angry at other people who do want to buy it. So that's what's happening. And it's just kind of unfortunate, but that's the nature of the internet nowadays. iSeller with the 5. I'm sorry. What is... Oh, God. Alright, I'll look this up on... Yeah, because it's age restricted, because can't have kids watching video game trailers. Alright, we'll watch this real quick before we do Troon Sterling.
Your whole life you've been searching. And the elders, they've been holding you back.
The girl is a curse. She came from nowhere. She is no one.
When they told me to raise you,
oh boy,
I didn't ask questions.
Why am I an outcast? Who
'cause you're a woman.
was my mother?
Always you pushed for answers. Push yourself to the edge. Here in the valley, we may be outcasts, but it's safe. Out there, girl.
Wait, hold
You'll
on.
be lost, but it's safe. Out there, girl.
You see the pop in?
Maybe outcasts, but it's safe.
Watch. Right here. Ready?
Out there,
Pop,
girl.
pop.
You'll be lost. You won't know where to turn or who to trust. You'll be chasing a riddle.
Anyone else seen the nip slip the devs put in the game? What nip slip? For what game? Hopefully not this one.
Wilderness of mysteries. The world of the old ones. What secrets lie buried beneath their crumbling ruins? Why Earth is ours no more. These questions, Aloy, the tribe has forbidden. What if the answers are worse than not knowing?
You can help, or you can get out of my way.
Oh
Then
boy.
Be ready for the darkness. And be careful what you bring to light. Even if you do catch what you're after, how do you know it won't bite back?
It's true, man.
You came from nothing. You will die on nothing.
Well, that is true. It is a dead franchise.
Somewhere. Identity confirmed. Even if it destroys me.
Yeah, this is one of the most astroturfed franchises ever. Hands down, man. I don't think there are actual genuine fans of it, personally.
Important, interesting, and in my opinion, fun shooting game. I'm not talking about Concord, I am of course talking about the Uncharted level in Astrobot, which is overall a fucking brilliant game and one of the best that Sony has ever put out, and I mean that. Like, it's genuinely bloody awesome. Unlike Concord, which obviously we need to talk about because it was the topic du jour of last week, although since it was a week, it wasn't du jour, it was de week. The topic du week. Willy the Wit. Sorry, word association.
Yeah, you can blame U Generation for this one, man. I have zero desire to watch Jim Sterling.
You know what, let's just look at the video, shall we? It's got no legs.
Driving the Nissan Rogue with Google built in is like...
The ad is better than the video.
Turn on Rocky's food.
The Black Legion stands 1,000 hosts strong. The Black Legion stands 1,000 hosts.
Fucking bullshit! 2 weeks. Excuse me? So, how about that Concord, huh? Freelanders have a shot at making something of themselves. A chance to be someone. Sony's far too late attempt to jump aboard the hero shooter bandwagon and stuff yet another live service into a painfully cramped market didn't just fail, it did so in record time. 2 weeks. After only 2 weeks of existence, Concord has been shut down and everyone who bought it has been refunded their money. Not that many people did buy it. I'm one of only 25,000 people who picked the thing up, and I merely did so for work purposes. For reference, more people refunded Cyberpunk 2077's notorious PS4 version than bought Concord. That's bad. That's really bad. Not even this show.
Yeah, I still have my 2 copies of it, man. I got 2 copies of it. I said you don't want to watch trannies. Well, the thing is, this at least is about gaming to a certain degree. The other video was literally just a trans person talking about being trans. Like, no, I'm not doing that. This at least has some semblance of gaming related whatever to it, so it's not as bad. But yeah, talking about trans topics, I have zero fucking desire to do so at this point. Like, it's just miserable to fucking sit through. So at least this is mostly about gaming.
Show's views about less of an audience than that.
Yeah, Jim Sterling is probably RTU's final form.
yet. We already have a problem with live service games shutting down within a year of launch, as the unsustainability I repeatedly warned about years ago has finally demonstrated itself. There is just no room in the medium for a dozen games that seek to monopolize all of the players' time and investment, much less the overwhelming number of the fucking things that have been spat out by companies desperately hoping to chase a trend they stupidly thought would generate them infinite money forever. Exasperatingly unaware that the more water they drew, the drier the well would get. I've said it before, I'll say it again. This graphic from Ubisoft is one of the most damaging fucking things to have happened in the industry. This fantasy, this Ouroboros of bullshit. Mass adoption of live services was not an infinite circle of money. The only circling it's been doing is down the fucking drain. The live service gold...
That is not true at all. Live service games make more money than ever. The problem is it's hard to get your game to be in that position. But if you can, then it's worth the risk.
Rush may very well be the single dumbest thing the game industry ever perpetrated, and it's constant competition. Nobody needed a business degree to see how fucking moronic it was to pump dozens of high-investment games into the market, yet they did it anyway, believing that if they just copied the games that were already successful, they'd copy the profits as well. Never mind the fact that Overwatch players already have Overwatch, so they don't need an imitation of Overwatch. Industry-wide replication...
Did you guys know that apparently over the past year, Diablo 4 has only made $150 million in microtransactions? That's like nothing if you think about it. Like over the course of a year, a game as big as Diablo 4 has only made $150 million in microtransactions. Like that's really not that much if you think about it. So yeah, like $10 million a month or a little more than that, but yeah. That kind of flopped, man. So... Evoldus of the two, yes, Griffin, Aloy character model has nipples. Hopefully they're not salami nips. But that's funny, man. It's like the, what was that game? Beyond Two Souls? Where they put in the nipples and vagina and shit. Yeah. Horny-ass game devs, bro.
Never works out. You will get a handful of big success stories and a graveyard of pretenders. And it happens every single time. Every time. They keep trying it anyway. Did I ever tell you the definition of insanity?
Wait, hold on.
Every single time. Every time. They...
What the fuck is wrong? Dude, Club Penguin made bank back in the day. I remember that shit. You had to go and buy like the little stuffed animals in order to get the coin that was attached to them, and then you could redeem the code to get like in-game items. Bro, Club Penguin was actually pretty fire back in the day. I remember that shit.
They keep trying it anyway. Did I ever tell you the definition of insanity? I'm so tired of watching the same mistakes made in the exact...
Yeah, I remember I used to go to fucking Toys R Us, and I would get like the penguin plushes, and they would have like the code on them to get the special outfits in the game.
The same way. Yahtzee was right. The industry never learns anything, but I'm not laughing. It's not funny anymore. It's fucking ruinous. You see, industry executives really are fucking stupid, and literally anybody capable of rational thought could run the business better. I truly do mean that too. That's not hyperbole. I've reported on and analysed game company executives for over 10 years, and my professional, analytical opinion is that they are thick as pig shit. You can't see as much repeated failure, unrealistic fantasizing, and outright destruction like I've seen these imbeciles engage in, and not conclude that they're all ignorant, out of touch, gullible dumbasses. So yeah, the chickens have been coming home to roost for the live service mistake, as most of these games' lifespans can be measured in months. 2 weeks, however, is a ludicrous new extreme. 2 weeks? 2 weeks! Even more so considering it's a big Sony-published game. The near-immediate failure of Concord isn't just proof that mass adoption of games as service was a mass fuck-up. It's a grim portent, a sign of just how unhealthy, just how thoroughly rotten the entire game industry has become. First, let's get some home...
I'm gonna bet money that not a singular mention of how fucking hideous the characters are comes up, because that would go against the message, but we'll see.
Out of the way. Concord did itself absolutely zero favours. The thing looked and felt focus-tested to all fun. As soon as I started playing it, fundamentally just another face in the crowd of hero shooters, made even more face-crowdy by the fact its entire cast of characters could also have been faces in a crowd. None of them are distinct.
Yeah, no, so he's trying to play it off as none of them are distinct. No, they are very distinct. Distinctly fucking hideous.
None of them have any sense of distinguishing personality. They look like a PR rep put out a survey to find out all the things the general public thought was cool, and then shoved the results into a blender.
Yeah, nobody thinks these characters are cool. See, that's what I mean. He's not going to acknowledge that the characters are fucking hideous. Because, you know, that goes against the message.
Perhaps the most important aspect of a hero shooter are the, heroes. Last time I checked, a massive part of the appeal of hero shooters was having memorable, appealing characters with unique and interesting traits. I mean, we're in a community where you can measure the success of a...
Yeah, like, Tifa's titties or, Diva's ass.
Characters designed by how much pornography there is of it. But I have a more tasteful measure, a really good measure in fact, of telling when a character's design works really well. You can recognise a character like Tracer from Overwatch or the Pyro from Team Fortress 2 from their silhouettes alone. You look at a blank outline of Tracer and yep, That looks like Tracer. We all know who that is. You do that with anyone from Concord, and most of them are just some guys. They don't have identifiable shapes. They don't catch your eye. They don't stick in your mind. None of them give off any sense of who they are, where they're from, how they play. When I looked at the character selection screen for the first time, absolutely not a single character stood out. Their actual personalities were even worse in that they had none. Again, nothing about how they sounded or what they said ever stood out. They mostly just had reactive statements, telling you battle information with no witticisms, no catchphrases, nothing. Well, the one with the rocket launcher said boom sometimes. Get ready for a surprise!
Yeah, Overwatch was smart to like take the Olympics approach basically and have like a roster of characters from different countries. That was definitely a smart move. Nice Siler with the 2. COD made $30 billion in 2022. It's Jover. Yeah. But yeah, Diablo 4, I don't really hear anything about it anymore other than that new expansion's coming out. But I've never actually played it. I own it technically, but I've never actually bothered to play it.
Boom. What a one-liner. There was a certain character that when you picked her, she'd say, "That's right." That's right. What am I supposed to do with? What am I supposed to take away from that? She was one of the characters I played the most. I can't even remember her name now. And for the life of me, I could not describe her personality to you. They even made an anthropomorphic mushroom boring. And for the cosmic kicking that Battleborn got, I can say this in its favour, it did an anthropomorphic mushroom far better than this shit. Also, need to confess, I personally fucking hated Concord. I've never got on with a shooter less than I did with that thing. Like, I'm decent at online shooters. I'm not great, but I am decent. I'm a good hand. And I couldn't even play this thing. It was fundamentally just another bog standard class-based shooter, yet everything was slightly off about it. That's why there's not much of my own gameplay footage here. I'm getting on well enough with the PvP in Space Marine 2, and that's just another class-based shooter. I get along with that just fine. Concord, for all its cookie cuttiness, is the first shooter in my life that I've just felt impossibly shit at. I wasn't alone, since matches ended up with such a swift imbalance of score that after 3 minutes of play, the losing team might as well have put their controllers down, and it was like that for 95% of the matches I'd had. Concord did nothing to stand out, it looked boring, it played iffy, and it didn't have a fucking prayer when it came out. Space Marine 2 is fine. It's certainly more interesting to look at than Concord. So many pauldrons. As a game, it's very flawed, but hey, I'm doing well enough at it to use footage of that in place of Concord, even if it is one of those fucking multiplayer games where I keep getting kill assists instead of the kills that I did all the work.
Hey. Alright, rare moment that I agree with Jim. Absolutely. That fucking shit is bullshit where they fucking, gyp you out of your kills with the last fucking, phantom bullet that somehow phases through the enemy and somebody else gets credit for it. I will agree with that.
I'll lose my rag. Anyway, much as I despised Concord, and I really did fucking loathe it, I certainly take no joy in its demise. On a basic...
Space Marine 2 does not have boring maps. Like, what's boring about them? They're perfectly structured. Like, none of them have any issues. Like, I would take a boring map that has a good structure to it versus a visibly distinct map with a terrible fucking structure. Like, the way that all the maps are formatted are very well done.
Human level, the disaster took 8 years to make, and 8 years of a dev team's lives going up in smoke is nothing to celebrate. It's fucking horrible, in fact. Concord took 8 years and millions of dollars to make. All that time, all that money, completely wasted. Just wasted.
Rio's loyalty sale is here. Book your vacation with an additional 20% discount using the promo code 10RC and let the adventure...
The time Concord took to develop is worth bringing up when it comes to looking at the state of the game industry, because part of what screwed Concord was that earlier referenced market saturation. 8 years is a damn long time by any standard, much less the standard of an industry that rushes products to market in constant desperation to capitalize on trends and get belly rubs from investors at the end of the financial quarter. When Concord's development started, the hero shooter genre and live service space were nowhere near as overly saturated as they are now. 8 years ago, it might have had at least a slim chance of survival. Today? Well, the moment the game was advertised just a few weeks before launch, it faced an almost immediate backlash for being yet another hero shooter, yet another game people had gotten fucking sick of after nearly a decade of half-baked, unfinished, identical-looking games. What this presents is a choice of two highly unfavorable options for any developer trying to hop on a bandwagon and do a good job. Do you aim for relevance by rushing out a product as quickly as possible to the detriment of its quality, or do you take your time to make something good and risk being completely obsolete by the time you're ready? This is the choice studios face nowadays, and sadly, so many take the former choice, but the latter one...
Yeah, it's like the Epic Games game Paradox, or whatever the fuck it was called.
Becomes pretty much unviable. By the time Concord came out, so many games had flooded the market, and so many of them were fucking shit. Not only were people exhausted by the volume, their interest and trust had been eroded by the unfinished games, the shit ones, the ones that kept shutting down after less than a year after release. For Concord to have had a fighting chance, it would have needed to release sooner, or release in a market that hadn't been soaked to the point of audience repulsion. But
nah, it shouldn't bother you that a trans person says something positive about a game you like, because they're all men still deep down. Like, that's the thing, is, people freak out whenever there's, like, a trans writer for something, but it's like, hey, they used to be a man, so it's still better than a woman, right? But yeah, I don't know, man. Like, that's the thing you gotta remember, is, like, all these trans people are literally just guys, so they still have the same interest as men. So, that's the thing. I wouldn't worry about that.
This is the game industry. The latter was never going to happen, and Concord was punished for not joining the frenzy of the former. Then again, after 8 years it came out and it still wasn't very good. With that in mind, I fully expect to hear in the coming weeks about Concord's development hell. I fully expect to hear about inept management, unreasonable deadlines, crunch, all the usual harmful shit that so-called leadership has done to dozens of studios to ruin hundreds of games. The failure of management to actually manage is a consistent thread running throughout every doomed project. Poor leadership is the problem commonly cited.
Well, that's the problem with most fat bitches is like, or just fat people in general, is they start to look the same. There's no like defining features with their face or anything like that. Griffin staying virgin for life. That's right, man. Purity over pleasure.
By developers as most damaging to the industry, and I believe it. Not just to live services, but the entire business of games is starting to collapse under the weight of its own unsustainability, and the blame lies almost entirely with the executives enforcing short-sighted decisions and the investors holding their leash. The bar for a game's success has become so unreasonably high in most cases. A long time ago, we laughed at EA for expecting Dead Space 3 to sell 5 million copies, but that's becoming a moderate expectation compared to the desperate need for profit we're seeing now. Even if a game does well, the studio that made it could be closed down just so the parent company can save money to falsify a sense of perpetual growth to keep the shareholders happy. To that end, publishers live from financial quarter to financial quarter, damning the consequences of tomorrow by making bad decisions today. The Concorde was killed after having only 2 weeks to prove itself ought to be seen as a sign of just how immediately companies want their products to become smash hits. And you've got to always remember they don't just want hits. They want every single game to be exactly as big as Overwatch, if not bigger. And who could look at Concorde and think that was ever going to fucking happen? That Sony could so easily kiss goodbye to that much of a loss of resources ought to be taken as a sign that corporations are wasteful, irresponsible, reckless fuckwits. One thing to bring up is the need for new games. Not more of the same thing.
Yeah, I guess Jim Sterling did save a lot of money transitioning because he didn't have to buy breast implants, so...
More types, more variety. I mentioned Astrobot in the live-action intro, and that's ADHD made me forget to. It's a single-player action platformer that visually resembles no contemporary video game in the so-called AAA space. It's focused entirely on being fun for all ages. As I write this script, my husband's youngest is playing it and loving it just as I've been playing it and loving it. It's a game that is simply pure joy. It's a game that has consistently found new ways to make me smile, if not outright squeak. Also, it's got a cute little pyramid head guy. Yow! At present, there's no hard sales data, so we're going off different bits of information, but one thing we know is this. It ain't falling the fuck apart like Concorde did. According to reports, it sold out in Japan, it's the best-selling game on Amazon US, and pre-orders were noted to have surpassed Concorde sales. Critically, it's an absolute darling, being called one of, if not the best game of the year so far. I'm inclined to agree, and Sony put this out. Just 2 weeks after it launched, the biggest flop we've seen in years, it launched an instantly beloved bestseller. The flop was designed explicitly to jump on a trend. The bestseller was made to be cute fun, the kind of colourful and creative mascot platformer we haven't seen in a long time, even though the demand for it never really went away. And here's another thing, being a solo game and a complete product, even if it had been a commercial failure, Sony wouldn't have had to give out 25,000 refunds for Astrobot. That's the thing about these live services. They only work for as long as they're live, and they only stay live if they're making however many millions of bucks the publisher desires, and most of them can't get that.
Yeah, I hate this style of editing, man.
Money because no player has enough time to invest in multiple service games. I'm reminded, as I so often am, of the single player is dead propaganda that industry execs push in an era where...
Yeah, Dead Space 3 was fire. I like Dead Space 3. Like, people are like, it's not a horror game. It's like, yeah, no shit, dude. He already went through the horror setting twice. It wouldn't be horror anymore. I don't know, man. Like, canonically, it makes sense for Dead Space 3 to be more of an action game because Isaac would be more well-equipped in order to tackle the necromorphs. Like, he's already been through Dead Space 1 and 2, where it's, like, still kind of a mystery. But now it's like a known entity. He knows what the fuck to do, man. He's got to get in there and kick fucking ass. So, I don't know. Like, people just... And now the franchise is dead, because, you know... That's how it goes, bro. They lack vision.
Where Bioshock happened. I'm reminded of the claims that a new XCOM strategy game wouldn't sell, so they made The Bureau, and it was fucking rubbish. So they did make a strategy XCOM game, and guess which one did well enough for a sequel? Spoiler, it wasn't The fucking Bureau. I think I'm the only cunt that remembers it. Routinely, we've seen companies kill new ideas and shun winning formulas, all to foolishly jump on burning bandwagons. They've been doing it for literal decades now and haven't learned a thing from the cycle of booming and busting they keep experiencing as they exploit a successful trend until it collapses over and over and over and over. Corporations don't just want some money, they want all of the money, so they leave dependable ideas behind and gamble on fads. It's funny, publishers are risk-averse, which is why they try to emulate already successful products. Too fucking stupid to realise that trying to top Overwatch with over whatever is the biggest risk of all. I bet Astrobot cost nowhere near as much to make as Concorde. People in the industry are scared. They were before this, but I can almost feel the frigidity of the chill running down the spines of developers in their social media reactions to Concorde. They're right to be scared too. The dickheads who...
Yeah, the Bioshock remaster is very good.
Modified their creativity are creating a space where the creative cannot thrive. A space where there simply is no long-term future anymore, only an endless series of booms and busts. Mass layoffs, studio closures, the adoption of Silicon Valley scams like NFTs and AI, horrific levels of pay disparity, extreme market saturation, the structural harm that's been done to the business and the medium itself by unfettered clawing profiteering has become truly overwhelming, and still the ones most responsible are helping themselves to collective billions in massive salaries and perks as reward for running video games into the fucking dirt. Nothing would save the industry more money, both in the short term and the long term, by dismantling the power of video game executives. Pay them less to begin with, and punish them financially when they fail, because they have failed so much, and the only ones getting punished are the ones who get laid off after doing their jobs just fine. Astrobot is fucking incredible, and it shouldn't be a miracle that we have a game like that in the big budget space. That makes me sad. Which is a shame, because Astrobot makes me so happy. And more games could make people happy if the player's happiness was something those ruining the industry gave a shit about.
Oh my god, ew. Get that shit away. No, go away. Oh my god, of course YouTube chose to freeze up. Oh my god. That was nasty. Oh my god. That was scary, bro. That was fucking scary. Yeah, that felt deliberate on YouTube parts. They're like, yeah, you're gonna look at that. And it's like, fuck no, I ain't. Yeah, accept the future. The future of the white race. At least the average British male. Oh my god, bro. Yeah, that's scary. That'll definitely make your nuts shrivel. Aw, no, all the little Pal World simps are coming out. Here, let's see if somebody made a video on that. Pal World lawsuit. It's Jover. Yeah, Nintendo's probably gonna... Dude. They're gonna sue the shit out of them. I guess we'll just watch this.
Damn, that's a big update for Pal World. I haven't played since it says August 19th. I've only played for...
Dude, there's some blatant fucking copying in Pal World compared to Pokemon, so yeah. They're gonna get sued into the fucking ground is my guess. That, or they're gonna have to remove all the copyright infringement and pay like extreme amounts of damages or like a share of the revenues or something like that. So it's going to be a pretty big lawsuit because over in Japan, they do not have the same copyright protections as you do in America. So you can use other people's copyright with a lot more freedom in the US, or like, you know, emulate other people's copyrights in the US much easier. But over in Japan, man, they do not fuck around with that shit, man. If you have even something that remotely looks similar to something someone else made, you can get absolutely fucking obliterated.
For a couple hours.
So,
my oldest son loves this game. He loves it because it looked like Pokemon with guns. This game was huge some months back. Remember the hand.jp? This is what? People are speculating on this for a while now. Ever since Power World came out. They're like, Nintendo, they be suing everybody. They'll sue your mom if they got the chance. They'll sue her for her bad cooking. If she makes a Pikachu or
yeah, it's patents too, so.
Super Mario looking cookie that tastes like shit. She's getting sued. They don't care. It could taste delicious. They're suing her ass. They sue everybody, man. They sue everybody. Rightfully so sometimes, and sometimes it seems a little ridiculous, right? I haven't played this game enough to really see anything that just seems so like obvious. It just seems like, hey, it's a monster collecting game. There's been so many others that have come out after Pokemon. And I'm sure even before Pokemon, there was stuff where you collected things, right? It had to have been. Pokemon couldn't have been the original, was it? But
yeah, Nintendo and ninjas are going to come in and massacre them.
No, they're filing a lawsuit for infringement of patent rights against Pocket Pair. Nintendo, Kyoto, Japan, Representative Director and President Shintaro Furukawa, Nintendo hereafter, together with the Pokemon Company, filed a patent infringement lawsuit in Tokyo District Court against Pocket Pair. They're also in Tokyo, defendant hereafter, on September 18th, 2024. So this just was filed. Today is the 18th. Even though it says September 19th, so in Japan it's September 19th now, I would imagine. The way the world turns, where the sun is, the way the gods are located out in the universe, I don't freaking know.
Yeah, that's the thing about Nintendo, man, is they will take their time. They will take their time when it comes to putting together a lawsuit, so.
But dictates.
That's why that emulation company went down so quickly and, you know, there was no resistance whatsoever. So they would do their fucking homework.
The day and the time where I'm at, it's September 18th. Where they're at in Japan, I believe it's September 19th, right? The lawsuit seeks an injunction against infringement and compensation for damages on the grounds that Power World...
All right, this guy's irritating. Let me just see if I can find an article. Let's see. So Pal World sued. Alright, let's just read this shit. Okay, so Nintendo and the Pokemon Company have filed a patent infringement lawsuit against Pocket which makes the game Pal World from Nintendo. Okay, so we already heard that. This lawsuit seeks an injunction against infringement and compensation for damages on the grounds that Pal World, a game developed and released by the defendant, infringes multiple patent rights. Alright, well, they don't have the full fucking statement, so thank you. Dude, it's like games journalists don't even know how to fucking write an article anymore. So Nintendo will continue to take necessary actions against any infringement of its intellectual property rights, including the Nintendo brand itself, to protect the intellectual properties it has worked hard to establish over the years. So then it says, in response, issued a statement. We'll just read the statement. Yesterday, a lawsuit was filed against our company for patent infringement. We have received notice of this lawsuit and will begin the appropriate legal proceedings and investigations into the claims of patent infringement. At this moment, we are aware of the specific patents we are accused of infringing upon and have not been notified. Oh wait, we're unaware and have not been notified of such details. Pocket Pair is a small indie game studio. Oh no, not the small indie studio, guys. Oh. Why does every single fucking person always just resort to that shit? Oh, we're just a small indie studio. Or he was just a young boy, 24 years old, who had his whole life in front of him. He wanted to be a doctor, a lawyer, a politician, an astronaut. Like, it's the same vibe, bro. They made like almost $1 billion off of this fucking game, and they're just a small indie studio, dude. Oh my god. It's the same shit. Pocket Pair is a small indie game company based in Tokyo. Our goal as a company has always been to create fun games. We will continue to pursue this goal because we know that our games bring joy to millions of gamers around the world. Pal World was a surprise success this year, both for gamers and for us. We were blown away by the amazing response to the game and have been working hard to make it even better for our fans. We will continue improving Pal World and strive to create a game that our fans can be proud of. It is truly unfortunate that we will be forced to allocate significant time to matters unrelated to game development due to this lawsuit. However, we will do our utmost for our fans and to ensure that indie game developers are not hindered or discouraged from pursuing their creative ideas. We apologize to our fans and supporters for any worry or discomfort that this news has caused. As always, thank you for your continued support of Pal World and Pocket Pair. Like, bro, come on now. But anyway, let's see. Pal World, which is still in early access, became one of the first big gaming hits. But yeah, here, maybe they're brothers. Let's see. So yeah, this is Pal World versus Pokemon. Dude, it's so obvious though. Like, the model is the exact same. They just added some fur tufts on the back. But yeah, there's a ton of other examples like that. So, here, let's see. Pal World versus Pokemon designs. I think there's somebody who made a video on this shit. Yeah, like, look.
Roll out! This bot is crazy!
Yeah. There's better examples than this, but yeah, I don't really want to watch a 10-minute video to go through it. I was just going to see if they were obvious up front. But yeah, there's a bunch of other ones that are way more obvious. So, not to mention the fact that you catch the pals and Pokeballs, basically. Like, you literally catch the Pokemon, or I'm sorry, the pals in Pokeballs. Literally, they look the exact same, too. So, we'll see. I mean, I have no idea how long Nintendo takes to sue somebody in Japanese court. Like, I have no idea about Japanese court proceedings, but we'll have to see what happens. Usually, though, when Nintendo sues somebody, they actually have a pretty good case, so. Usually, Nintendo has a pretty good case anytime this happens. Because I don't really think Nintendo's ever lost a lawsuit like this, have they? Yeah, so I just looked it up, and apparently Japan's patent laws are much stricter than U.S. patent laws. I guarantee it's the Pokeball thing. That's the biggest thing I can think of, because, like, if it's a patent, I don't really know what they consider patent versus copyright or whatever in Japan, so I'm not, like, a Japanese lawyer. But, yeah. They probably definitely have a case. I mean, there's some blatant fucking ripoffs. And they're very easy to see that they're ripoffs. So, I don't think it's going to take much convincing. Not to mention that they use the term Pokemon with guns several times during their marketing push. So, I don't think So, what's going to probably happen is Pal World is going to have to remove the designs, and then they will have to pay Nintendo damages, and like as far as like a share of the revenue, basically. So they'll have to fork over a pretty significant amount of revenue that the game generated during its sale, like during the times that it took the designs, and then on top of that, they'll have to replace the designs. So. Yeah, it's a small indie studio that made almost $1 billion. Those poor things, man. How are they going to pay for food? No, Nintendo didn't wait for it to die, man. Pal World is still alive. Like, what's that? It's not where it used to be, but it's still pretty active, I'm pretty sure. Let's see, it's, what, 6 a.m. on a fucking Friday or Thursday? What day is today? Thursday. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, there's 16,000 people playing still, so it's still pretty active for the most part. It's not like a dead game or anything like that. It's just with anything legal, you have to take your time and build your case, dot your T's, or not dot your T's, dot your I's and cross your T's. Jesus Christ, I'm tired. I should not be dotting my fucking T's at this time of day. Fuck. But yeah, anytime you do anything legal, it takes time. So you have to get all the correct documents and, you know, all that shit put together. And you need examples. You need to, you know, archive things. There's a lot of steps you have to take. It's not just like, I'm suing you, and then that's it. It's like, no, you got to collect evidence and everything, so. We'll see. I don't know how long Japanese lawsuits take. But we'll see. Nintendo has been winning court cases since the Donkey Kong game era versus King Kong, and a lawyer named Kirby won the case for them and made the game Kirby to honor his name. Ah, interesting. I didn't know that. But yeah, we'll see. My guess is it'll probably settle outside of court, would be my guess. Yeah, I did see all the Japanese people, you know, destroying that fucking AC trailer. Yeah, they're not happy about it at all. They're not happy, man. You can never escape the Nintendo ninjas. You really can't, man. You know, they're pretty crazy about stuff, so they definitely believe in IP protection. They're just as bad as Disney in a lot of ways. Like, Disney is ultra hardcore about IP protection as well, so... Imagine if someone could sue Activision for copying their game with COD. They can't. There's no game called Call of Duty that existed before Call of Duty. Did you hear Namura is retiring? No, when did he say that? I mean, I would imagine eventually he'll retire, but I don't know. Today? So they announced he's retiring today? Oh, it says he's thinking of retiring in a few years. Okay, yeah. That's not like he's leaving now. Well, yeah, everybody has to retire at some point, man. That's the whole point of working, is so you don't have to work anymore at a certain point. Retiring after Kingdom Hearts 4, I believe, at 60, so 6 more years. Okay, yeah. But not Griffin. He'll never retire from money. Yeah, that's right, man.
Give me monies!
I probably would not retire. I mean, if I had my own stuff... I mean, define retirement, though. Like, because he probably won't retire in the sense that he'll stop working. He's probably just going to retire from Square Enix and then do his own shit on the side, is my guess. Because the way most people who are that creative work is they don't, like, just retire. You don't turn off that part of your brain. So I would imagine he would do, like, freelance design work for video game companies with character design and things like that. So I don't know. You don't really turn off your brain when you're wired to be like an artist type person. So I think he just wants to take a step back from like directing stuff and doing all the legwork. But yeah, I highly doubt he'll stop making or working on games. He'll just not be in the same capacity he is now. Yeah, I mean, basically his character designs have like basically you know, defined Final Fantasy's entire aesthetic for decades. So it's kind of going to be weird if somebody else takes over. So, I mean, obviously he has like his protege or whatever who does the rebirth and remake designs. It's like Robert Ferrari or something like that. So he's the one that did all the redesigns for rebirth, remake, and the newer, like, I guess, Final Fantasy entries. But he also had a baseline to work with. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see kind of like, you know, how the aesthetic of Final Fantasy changes. Like, Final Fantasy 16 to me didn't really have distinct character looks, personally. So. But yeah, that's kind of crazy to think about, man. That's like the end of the era. Because he's one of the last original Final Fantasy guys to stay at the company. So, you know, he's one of the OG Final Fantasy dev team that's like remained all this time. Everybody else has kind of already left. Nah, part 3 for the rebirth, or I guess not rebirth, but remake trilogy will be his last Final Fantasy game, is my guess. Because he's the creative director for the remake trilogy. He doesn't direct it, but he's like the creative director, so like art style and that type of shit. But yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Sakaguchi's gone. He does like his own games now. But yeah, pretty much everybody's gone. I'm trying to think. I don't... Because, like, Umatsu's gone. He just does, like, you know, individual pieces of music for games now. But yeah, I think pretty much all the original, like, heads of the Final Fantasy, like, you know, dev team are pretty much gone except him. So... Well, technically he didn't come back. It's just Square Enix is publishing a mobile game for consoles, essentially. So the game had already been developed outside of Square Enix. They're just adapting it for consoles, basically. So. What is that shit called? Like Neo Fantasia or whatever the fuck? I think. Oh, Fantasian Neo Dimension. Yeah, this game.
Embark on a multi-dimensional series creator, Hironobu Sakaguchi.
Yeah, but this was originally a mobile game.
Comes the turn-based RPG, Fantasian. The world is slowly being robbed of its civilization. To restore his memories, Leo must confront an evil entity threatening all mankind.
Damn, the malevolent god?
Skills are the ticket to winning battles.
Yoko Taro to take his place. Yeah, we need more Coomer energy at Square Enix. There you go. I wonder what he's working on right now. Because he's got to have something in the fucking works. Because it's been, what? Almost 7 years since Nier Automata came out?
Adjust a skill's trajectory to target multiple enemies at once. You can also send
yeah, you
enemies
can
you've
tell how
encountered
this
to
was a
separate
mobile
dimension
game.
And fight them later. The more enemies there are, the more you can wipe out in one shot.
Let them go!
Now, let us save the world together.
Yeah, it's an old mobile game that they adapted for like consoles and stuff, so. Let's see. So Fluffle Nugget with a 5. Nomura drew hot protagonist because when he was in high school, he played a friend's game that had an ugly protagonist and didn't want ugly in his games. Based. Yeah, I don't know why you would want to look at ugly characters, personally. I've never understood that. Like, male or female. Why would you want to look at someone who's ugly? Like, I don't need... like, that's the thing is, like, these people are like, oh my god, if I can't fucking inject myself into this game, then it's immersion break. It's like, bro, why the fuck do you need to identify with the character you're playing as? I've never understood that. It's probably like a low IQ problem. Like, people can't put themselves in a character's shoes unless it looks similar to them. It's fucking pathetic. It's probably like something with small brain types. But, yeah. In my title, your first... oh, yeah, I probably just didn't hold down shift for the first one in time. I just probably didn't press down shift before I hit the button. Sailor Moon Yuffie alert on screen. Bro, every woman is not a Yuffie. Yeah, that's definitely not a Yuffie. Yeah, that's right, dude. I become Cloud when I play Rebirth. I'm literally him, dude. He's literally me. He's literally me, dude. Hell yeah. You wonder what the game... I don't know. That's a good question. What game has ugly protagonist? I don't know what people see in Aloy. Me neither. I'm not really into gingers, personally. But yeah, I don't know, bro. Like, this obsession with characters having to look like people is just stupid. I don't know. Let's see. This is probably a decent video. RGT is pretty good.
The time has come to push the button. World.
Oh boy, it has been a crazy morning on the internet for Nintendo Switch 2 leaks because, I mean, why wouldn't it be? We, of course, have a huge leak to talk about today. The alleged design of the system, pictures of the system, the spec list of the system, and everyone's going goo goo gaga over it. It's confirmed, it's real, this is what it really is. But I'm sitting here asking myself, I thought it was getting revealed this week, boys. I thought, you know, Wednesday or Thursday we were going to see this thing. That door seems to be closing very, very quickly. But we're going to take a look at these alleged leaks. We're going to take a look at all
just like the Nintendo Switch Pro. How long did we hear about that new console that's coming out? The Switch Pro will be releasing any day now. Never happened.
Up in there, and I'm going to give you guys my honest thoughts on the situation. But before we get into that, I do want to remind you guys, the Art of N64 Wrestling Games book is now available. Get your signed copy over on Castlemania Games. Get your signed copy with a t-shirt over on Castlemania Games. Very limited supply. Sincerely appreciate. And supposedly, we have a look at the system here. So there are several different pictures that we are going to go over with this. I'm going to make my camera a little bit smaller so that you guys can see more of it. We got like a board here and stuff. That's kind of cool. We got a thing here. Now, supposedly, like, this is a render that was done by a Chinese 3D modeler, but everyone thought that this was like a real picture. And just looking at this, like, why would you think that this is a real picture? This does not look like a real picture. Like, I kind of question what people that are covering this are seeing, because I mean, it's clear as day. You can zoom in on this thing and clearly see, like, yo, this is like, look at this crap around here. Like, this is a render. This is a render. Now, damn it, I'm going to use this render in the thumbnail, but if you actually look at it, like, it's clear as day a render. Now, here's where things get a little bit interesting, because this is allegedly the Joy-Cons for the system, and you can see that there are some differences here as far as
they're
how they attach.
magnetic
This actually
now.
looks like a cartridge slot. So could that be where you insert your cartridge? I don't know. That's a little bit strange to me, considering that this is the left analog Joy-Con. So I don't know how that would work in terms of communicating with the system. Like, if you detach the Joy-Con, would you no longer be able to play the cartridge? I could just be looking at that wrong. That's just kind of what it looks like to me. You know, it looks like a Switch Joy-Con with some changes done to it. We have a look at the render of the backside of the system here. This is yet again looking very OLED-ish, you know, as far as the flap is concerned, as the kickstand. And then we have yet another look at the same Joy-Cons here, kind of, you know, a different source, I guess, on this. Looking at it like, okay, like, it might be, but, like, would you have this slot open? Like, you have to remember here, this is the D-pad.
Yeah, it's just the shell, though. So something else could go there. It's just not in there yet.
And the analog stick, okay? So why would you have...
Like, these are just the shells. There's no components in there, so that slot could be used for something separate.
This exposed. Why would you have this completely open on the system? Like, that doesn't make any sort of sense to me, unless I'm looking at this wrong, but I don't see how I would be unless it's supposed to be upside down or so. It just looks weird.
Yeah, it's
And I
not a
think everyone
cartridge
can kind of
slot.
establish that this looks weird. Now, like I said, when it comes to these renders, somebody has already come along and said that these are indeed 3D renders done by a Chinese modeler or something like this. They popped up on a website along with the spec list information. Now, you can find the spec list itself. It's all in Chinese. People have translated it. And then
Yeah, just judge, because I'm looking at my Joy-Con right now. What it looks like, it was be... Hold on, let's go back. It looks like it'd be the spot for the LED indicator for which controller you're using. So it looks like this would be where the LED indicator goes, which would make sense because that looks like an LED light hookup. So the module for the LED light probably just pops in, and they haven't put it in yet because it's just the shell. There's no actual electronic components inside of it. It's just an empty, like, plastic shell. So my guess is the LED and that type of shit will go right here.
looking at this wrong, but I don't see how I would be unless it's supposed to be upside down or so. It just looks weird. Or something like this. They popped up on a website along with the spec list information. Now, you can find the spec list itself. It's all in Chinese. People have translated it, and then people have gone further and put it into practicality, because I feel like I could sit here and tell you the actual specs of things, and it's not very interesting, because nobody cares about raw numbers. It's what you do with the raw numbers. It's what kind of games you make and where it lines up with other systems that are currently on the market. So I guess first and foremost, let me know how we're feeling about these sort of things. Do you see something here on this motherboard? Like, oh, look, this is where the chip goes. Like, why do these look so crusty?
Yeah, that's definitely what it is. So it's probably the module that goes in here that lights it up. Yep. Okay. Yeah, that's probably just a pop-in slot for the LED lights. That's my guess. Because there's nothing in here yet. Like, all the components are out. So
3D printed model, which is some random board thrown in there. Like, I'm just being realistic with you people. I'm not trying to overhype you and gas you up, and then this ends up being a complete fake, and then people look like idiots. Like, I'm just saying, keep things within expectations when it comes to this, because these look like crappy 3D printed models. I'm just saying. So then, of course, we have to move along to the specs, and this is a great write-up done by the homie Kami. Make sure you guys follow him over on the Twitters if you are on Twitter. But this is taking basically what the specs were and then putting it into practicality. You can see the actual specs anywhere on the internet if you want to do that. But I think this is more interesting to me. So rumor, unconfirmed images of Nintendo Switch 2 have popped up online. We talked about that. Alleged specs. In handheld mode, right above PS4 before DLSS. Docked mode between PS4 Pro and Xbox Series S before DLSS with more modern hardware than the former. So just in case you're living under a rock, DLSS is, of course, upscaling technology that, you know, we were learning about this with PISR, PSSR. Of course, there's AMD Fidelity FX and DLSS. Now, when it comes to artificial upscaling of things, DLSS is by far right now the premier one. It's the best as far as being able to upscale things. So keep that sort of stuff in mind when we're talking about between a PS4 Pro and an Xbox Series S. That's before the DLSS. When it comes to the RAM, it's slower than the PS5 and the Xbox Series X and S in the speed department, but more capacity than the Xbox.
It's time to help people customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Cringe. I don't think the Switch announcement's probably going to come until I don't think they're going to do it until January, personally. I think they're going to wait until after the holiday season passes so the Nintendo Switch keeps selling well.
S should have about 10.5 to 11 gigs of RAM available to games going...
Yo, Griffin, I want a Switch, but don't want dog shit performance. Should I wait for the Switch? Yeah, I mean, at this point, we're like, what? Probably 5 or 6 months away. If it comes out around the same time as the first one, it'll be around March. So, yeah, I mean, with 5 months left, I think it's worth waiting. I mean, just pick up some games that you're interested in if they go on sale for Black Friday. But, yeah, I would just hold off for now, because I think this is going to be backwards compatible and everything. So, I would just hold off.
Going by the Switch One's RAM allotment for its OS. So obviously the OS is taking up something, the operating system of it. So once again, you can't really compare it apples to apples with this as far as the other systems are concerned in terms of usage and practicality. In terms of actual raw specs, like sure, you can make some sort of comparisons to it with that. When it comes to storage, there is UFS 3.1 max speeds should be a hair under the Xbox Series X and S, 2.1 gigabytes versus 2.4 gigabytes. Still plenty fast, even if not maxed out. Lines up with what Digital Foundry and Nate Drake heard about the decompression techniques and fast loading times of the Breath of the Wild tech demo, respective for each source. And then the final thing is not only is the Switch 2 ARM based rather than x86 like the systems compared, it is also NVIDIA versus AMD. There are plenty of factors at play where it's not apples to apples. Tommy, I didn't even read this. I didn't know you were doing apples to apples comparison in this. I saw that you did it and I wanted to put it on there. So I didn't steal that. Plus, the native tensor cores of the Switch 2 will allow for DLSS, letting the system punch above its weight. And then we have these alleged renders that were shared here. Now, as far as these specs are concerned, really, it's kind of a double-edged sword for me, because I do feel like that this all lines up with what we've been hearing of previous things. DLSS, you know, a little bit above like a PS4 when it comes to just raw power and stuff like that, but DLSS will enhance the games themselves. Everything seems pretty much by the book. But the more I think about that, the more I realize everything sounds exactly like what we've been hearing. So is it the fact that everyone just happened to be right with what they were talking about with this, or is it just telling us what we want to hear? Is this spec list actually a realistic thing? And there's one kind of glaring omission when you look at the entire spec list that I think a lot of people aren't realizing. With the spec list, there's absolutely no mention of the screen itself. And considering that this is a hybrid console,
Well, that makes sense, because you don't typically produce the screen in-house. Like, the screen is just an ordered component that gets added on later, so that's actually believable. Because, you know, a Chinese manufacturer might have no fucking indication of what the actual screen is, because typically you order a screen and just plug it into the motherboard. So they're probably ordering their screens from, like, you know, Samsung, LG, or one of the, you know, panel manufacturers, so that would make sense.
Is going to be used in handheld mode. We know the power of the handheld mode right above PS4 before DLSS. Well, what's the maximum resolution of it? You know, what kind of screen is it? Why wouldn't that be mentioned?
My guess is it would be 1080p 60, but we'll see. But yeah, typically you order the panels already completed, so it would make sense that they're not like assembling the panel. So you just plug it in, essentially.
In this spec list, because this seems to be something that people would be interested in, that people would want to know about with this. And with these renders, you obviously have an idea of what it's going to be. This is the screen for the new Switch. This is the old Switch that we've seen here. You know, in handheld mode, we've seen the screen as well. Why is there no information about the screen? If this was an official leak from someone who had all this information, I feel like they would have information about this screen as well. So what is my takeaway from this? Could this be true? Sure. You know, it could be. The fact that Nintendo hasn't stricken any of these images so far kind of makes me a little bit leery. The fact that Nintendo hasn't stricken the Joy-Con thing. I mean, really, if this video disappears and Nintendo takes this video down, then yeah, we're talking about a confirmed thing. But if they don't, then are we talking about a confirmed thing? Nintendo is very selective with what sort of information gets out there. And if something is realistic, if something is actually a leak, they will strike that video down just like Sony would. You know, it's not me taking a shot at Nintendo or anything. And the fact that that hasn't happened yet kind of makes me a little bit leery. Unless maybe they just don't care. Maybe they just don't give a shit about it.
No, I think it's more the Streisand effect. If they start striking it down, it confirms everything. So that's the thing, is like the second you start pulling shit down, then all of a sudden the leaks are verified, essentially. So they're probably smart to just leave them sitting there, because they're still unconfirmed and people have their doubts, and, you know. That's the strategic move to take, in my opinion.
And they're just like, oh, you know, it's cool. We're going to announce this soon anyways. Because supposedly, it's happening tomorrow, right? Or today? I don't know. You boys got to make up your mind here. But yeah, very interesting stuff here. And, you know, this is just going to be a thing that continues on and on. You thought it was going to get better? No. It's going to get way, way worse when it comes to things like this. But I figured people would be looking for the actual information instead of just fanboying it and accepting it as fact. Could it be real? Yes. But you got to remember, your boy was around for the Nintendo Switch official leaks when those...
It's funny how people don't hold Nintendo to the same standard of improvement as PlayStation and Xbox. Well, they're their own thing, man. Nintendo doesn't try to compete as a high-end gaming console. It's like a little handheld hybrid console. That's why the Wii U was absolutely decimated that generation, because it actually tried to compete as a, you know, high-end like home console, and it got absolutely massacred. So the Wii U was actually a pretty capable system compared to the 360 and PS3. But nobody fucking wanted that shit.
Happened, and you had the Stewie Griffin controller and stuff like that. It was like a big Stewie Griffin head, and people were biting on that and saying, oh, it's real, and then it ended up not being real. And that was 7+ years, since 8 years ago. People have gotten better and sneakier with their leaks. Let me know in the comments section down below, though. Do you think that this is an official leak? Is this the actual system? Are these the actual specs of the system? All of that sort of good stuff. We already know the 3D renders are actually...
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if the iPhone 16 Pro is more powerful. I mean, dude, the iPhones are already very powerful. You can play a bunch of, like, actual console tier games. Like, hold on, let me see. I don't know if there's an actual section for it on the App Store or not. But, let's see. Yeah, Resident Evil 7, 4 Remake, Village... You can play Lego Star Wars, the complete saga. Yo, that's actually bad. I may actually download that. What the fuck? What? Dude, they have Lego Star Wars, the complete saga on iPhone? Bro, I did not know that. I'm actually going to download that. What the fuck? How much is it? Hold on, let's see. It says free, but it's not actually free. You have to pay it once you download it. Star Wars... Oh, wait. Lego Star Wars. TCS. iPhone. Price. How much is it? Yeah, you get to play the first portion of it for free, but I want to know how much it costs. Okay, so the complete game is only $7. That's not bad. $7, man. Well, you can sync a controller to your phone, or you can buy one of those like grips for your phone. But yeah, $7? Dude, that's actually worth it. That's actually really sweet, man. I did not know they ported this. That's what I mean, guys. Once they start putting games like that on the phone, it's over for like handhelds and stuff. Like, bro, it's going to be crazy. Once phone technology gets to a point where you can play pretty much mainline, or I guess mainstream game releases and not have to worry about performance, like, it's kind of over for PC, console, handheld, everything, because, you know, eventually people won't care about, you know, having to play on a phone. Kids are growing up playing on a phone. They're not going to give a shit. So, eventually I have a feeling that's where the industry is going to go, is everything will be through your phone. Not when a phone that can run it is 800. Dude. People spend way more than $800 on a phone. And they don't care. Like, the number one selling phone every single year is the iPhone Pro. I'm pretty sure, right? The Pro model is the best selling one. Best selling phones 2023 US. Let's see. It's either the regular or the Pro. I don't remember which one, but they're usually pretty close. Let's see. But yeah, you don't buy a phone purely for gaming. It's like a necessity item. You need a phone to exist in today's, world. Okay, so yeah, top selling phones of 2023. iPhone 14 is number 1. 14 Pro Max is number 2. 14 Pro is number 3. 13 Pro is number 4. 15 Pro Max is number 5. 15 Pro is number 6. 15 is number 7. And then it goes to Galaxy A14. I don't even know what the fuck that is. A Galaxy A04e and the Galaxy A14. Those are the top selling phones. Yeah, so there you go. The top 7 phones every single year are like 800 plus. And the only ones underneath that have even close to a percentage point are like, I guess, Samsung prepaids. I don't even know what a fucking Samsung Galaxy A14 5G is. Let's see. Galaxy A14 5G. I've never even heard of that shit. Images. How much is it? Actually, let's see. $200. Okay. So yeah, it's a prepaid phone. Oof. Yeah, nah. You ain't gonna catch me on that. Yeah, so that's what it looks like. So it's a $200 prepaid phone. Yeah, it's a budget phone, but that just proves my point, guys. Is like literally the top 7 best-selling phones are all like around $1,000, and then the 8th, 9th, and 10th best-selling phones are like the $200 phones. So most people don't have a problem spending $1,000 on a phone. Like, yeah, there's definitely a large group of people that don't want to spend that much on a phone, but there is an overwhelming number of people that do. So, yeah, I used to have the Note series and then also the Folds. So, yeah. I used to have Samsung. Yeah, I think spinning the Note series off, I mean, it kind of had to happen if they were going to introduce the Folds, but yeah, I missed the Notes were cool. But yeah, I just switched to iPhone with the 14 just to give it a try, and honestly, I like it. It's pretty simplistic, which is nice because I don't really use my phone for anything other than basic shit anyway. Plus, Samsung's battery life has always been really bad in my experience. So I can actually use my iPhone for the full day without having to charge it. I could never do that with a Galaxy. Like, I use my phone for like 10 hours a day of screen on time. I would be lucky to get like 6 on a Samsung. And that would probably be pushing it. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, the battery life, I love the MagSafe features. I love the fact that it connects with my laptop. I like the Apple Watch. I don't know, man. It's just, the iPhone's easy as shit, and it does everything I need it to do. And I don't have to think about it, and I don't have to charge it a lot. Nah, I do the full battery charge, so I can see what my battery health is at right now. I think it's still full, maybe at 99%. But I've had this phone for a year, so let's see. Battery health. So my max capacity for my battery is 97%. So, yeah, it's fine. I mean, I upgrade my phone pretty much every year, so it doesn't really make a difference for me.
3D renders. I don't know how nobody happened to notice that. And of course, guys, make sure you check out the Art of N64 Wrestling Games book, available on Castlemania Games for the autograph copy and the t-shirt bundle. And of course, it's available on Amazon as well in paperback or Kindle format. I appreciate the support. Or share it with a friend who happens to like wrestling stuff, or just buy it to support the channel. It's $20, pal.
I use iPhone 15 Pro Max for Uber Eats, and battery is at 95%. Yeah, the battery life is really good. I've never had a problem. Here, I was going to see. I don't remember how you check your screen time. Let's see. So yeah, my daily average over the past week is 9 hours and 17 minutes. And I only charge my phone for like a few hours when I stream, and then I take it off. So I let it just get full on the MagSafe charger I have in here, and then I take it off. And then I don't charge it until the next night. But typically, whenever I come in here to stream, I'm at like 30 to 40%. So I use about 60% during the day, with 10 hours of screen time. So I don't know, man. This phone is just a beast when it comes to battery usage. So that's the thing I really like about the iPhone, is the battery consumption is so much better than Samsung's. But yeah, I can attest to that firsthand. Because I think, since the Galaxy S4, I had Samsung. So I've had Samsung for a really long time. Up until the Fold 3, and then the iPhone 14 I got. The Pro Max. So I've only been on iPhone for like, this is going on 3 years now? 2 years? Yeah, I guess 2 years. I only have to charge my Beats Solo for like 2 times a month with daily gem usage. Yep, bro, I have Bose headphones that literally I would charge like once every 3 months when I would walk my dog. Those things, I love headphones that last, man. It's nice. Yeah, I have the AirPod like Pros or whatever the fuck they're called, which I need to get a new pair. These are crusty as shit. But yeah, I like these. They're pretty nice. I've never had them die on me, even after using them for like 3 hours, so, which is really good for earbuds. Yeah, I get my 16 Pro Max on Friday, the 20th, so tomorrow, technically. But earbuds are great. Dude, the thing is I don't even listen to shit half the time when I have my earbuds in when I'm walking. I just love the noise cancellation. Like, it gets rid of all the road noises and stuff. It's so nice. Like, I don't even have music on or a YouTube video or anything half the time when I'm walking my dog. I just like listening to nothing. It's just nice. Like, the active noise cancellation just gives you a really nice like vibe walking around, because you don't hear all that obnoxious background noise constantly. So that is an aspect I really do like about them, and that's my primary use case, I guess, nowadays. I don't even fucking have music playing half the time. I don't really like listening to music that much, honestly. Very rarely will I listen to music a lot. Only when I drive, typically, is when I listen to music. Otherwise, I don't. Or I'm at the gym, I'll put on music or a YouTube video. But yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead and hop off, guys. It's 6:45 for me, so probably going to go hop in the shower and get ready to start my day, everybody. So I hope you'll have a great Thursday. And yeah, I'll see you guys, I guess, later tonight. Hopefully I won't fall asleep again, and then I'll be here on time, as everyone loves to say I'm late. But yeah, have a good one, everybody. Enjoy your day, and I'll talk to everyone later. Peace out, guys.